हेलो। 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 होने। हेलो। हेलो। हेलो।
Okay, good morning, participants. Welcome to this sensitization session. We have scheduled it for this first quarter so that you may know what the STI mainstreaming indicator is about for this financial year. We are also aware that some focal persons and champions have been reappointed into the committee. So for us to be in the same platform, we'll normally do this quarterly sensitization for you to get it right, particularly for this financial year, because we are just starting new financial year of 2025, 2026. We intend to make it brief, at most 3 hours. So I'll just start off with a word of prayer. So let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with the thanksgiving. We pray even for enabling us to have this opportunity to be able to sensitize our participants with matters related to STI mainstreaming. For all the plans we have throughout this year, may you make them fruitful, and when we achieve, we'll remember to give glory and honor back to you. We pray this, believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen. Thank you. So briefly, I'll just share the objectives of the sensitization today. So today's sensitization, we have already prayed. We'll have a word by our welcoming remarks, but by our Director General. Then immediately after that, we'll start the presentation. We'll have an overview of the STI mainstreaming, a presentation on the work plan and the reporting portal, a presentation on the strategy and finally, intellectual property management. Then after that, we'll have a plenary session, but you can also use the Q&A in case you have any other question which might be addressed before we get to the plenary session. So we are intending to stop this by 12 noon. We should be done by all the presentations. So for the objectives of the training, the overall objective of this sensitization is to prepare MDAs to effectively implement and report on STI mainstreaming indicator for the financial year 2025-2026. And the specific objectives are to provide an overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator, introduce the participants to the development or review of the institutional strategy, assist participants to develop their STI annual work plan, create awareness of the intellectual property management framework, and lastly, provide an overview of the STI reporting portal. So at this particular point, those are the objectives, and we intend to achieve them within the next 3 hours. For now, I think I'll invite our Director General, Dr. David Ngigi, to give his opening remarks, and then we'll go to the presentation. Thank you. Welcome, DG. If you are set, you can take it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rolex. Thank you so much, colleague. In a minute.
In the meantime, as the DG prepares, we can, in case you have any Q&A, you can use the chat. Thank you. Welcome, DG. You can proceed.
You able to see my screen or yet? Not yet.
Yeah, it is up. We can see.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, distinguished participants. I think for me, I also want to be brief, and particularly to take this early opportunity to really say a big thank you to you all for finding time to be here this morning. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of NACOSTI really to welcome you to this first quarter sensitization for this indicator for this new financial year. This is our commitment that we should be having this engagement every quarter. And we are glad that you are a key participant and you are here this morning. I also want to extend our sincere thanks to our new entrants who are joining this for the first time. Please feel welcome. This is the right thing for our country. This is the right thing for our institution. So really, we are grateful that we can have this conversation this morning. This is your forum, as my colleague Rolex has indicated. It's your forum to seek for clarity, to seek for assistance where you need to do, because the objective of this is really to have ease of implementation of this indicator, which should be, we should all be on the same page. So indeed, what I'll do, I'll just take a few minutes just to really introduce perhaps you will get to know and NACOSTI for those who are joining for the first time. It is important you know this agency that is a specialized agency for the purpose of this indicator, and did share some of few insights. I think I will quickly let you know who NACOSTI is, and this is very important for us to know. NACOSTI, as the commission, is established by this law, the Science, Technology and Innovation Act, that really guides this implementation of this indicator. And as we go along, we get to know that this indeed is a national agenda that is really articulated in our laws. And also some new changes. So to share with you is that NACOSTI now currently is under the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet Secretary, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. And particularly so important is the new establishment of this new State Department for Science, Technology, Science, Research and Innovation. This is the intention of the government, that we have a dedicated State Department handling this matter. And perhaps this STI mainstreaming indicator has a bearing in this, because we need now to have a very dedicated State Department that deals with the matters straight away. STI mainstreaming being one of the key components for this new State Department. So I thought I should say this so that we are able to get that distinction. We are now not currently under the Ministry of Education, but under the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Again, an important angle the government is taking, profile the matters science, technology, and innovation. So our discussion here really matters to this State Department, and it really matters to the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and so to the head of the state. So in a nutshell, NACOSTI exists by mandate to do the issues of regulation, quality assurance, and advisory in terms of the matters science, technology, and innovation. So that's a very huge, broad mandate that has been put on this institution. And that's why we feel this platform is very key for us to assist the Commission to attain this national mandate. So, but specifically, what I just want to share is the functions that the Commission is charged with by the Act. This is found in the Section 6 of the Act. But out of all those 17 functions, broadly, we exist to carry out the issues of the regulatory functions. This is a very clear, most of you are aware about these issues of licensing, institutional registration, and accreditation, and all that, the issues of advisory, because all this data you are giving us is meant to advise the government on various aspects. So advisories and issues of promoting matter science, technology, and innovation, what we are doing today, partly we are doing these kind of things. And of course, issues of coordination. Out of all those functions, this is what the Commission does. And today we are here to promote matters science, technology, and innovation. Again, that really matters into what we need to do. Just to paint the picture so that you are able to get a feel of what NACOSTI and where it's coming from. But more particularly important is where this anchored in the law. So the STI mainstreaming, as I say, this is a national agenda again. that we need to agree, because this is what, as a stakeholders, we agreed 2013 when we enacted this law, that it had about 3 broad purposes or the essence of having this law. I will not bother you with the first and second, but particularly just to highlight the purpose number 3. What the stakeholders wanted for this country is to have a mechanism of how we have to entrench science, technology, and innovation into our production system. And entrenching this is particularly the hope of the mainstreaming, because this is exactly what we are doing. How are we able to entrench science across our programs and activities? And we are very glad that we have these critical numbers of our institution that are already taking this journey. That's why I said from the onset, we really want to thank you, because this we are attaining what the law had aspired to attain in that. And we are attaining this together using this PC platform, which again, we also want to be appreciative that we have this national platform for the public sector to be part of this. So in a nutshell, just wanted to paint that picture. What we are doing has a basis in the STI Act. And again, also what is very important is for us to know, because STI mainstreaming is for a national priority. We have our current, the better, and we have all our pillars: the agricultural transformation, the digital superhighway, the healthcare, the housing and settlement. All these are accounted by, or whatever we are saying is that the role of research, science, technology, and innovation is key for us to attain this national agenda. Our 4th medium-term plan, again, all those major program, the role of science, technology, and innovation is well articulated here. So what we are saying is that the STI mainstreaming is there to help us deliver on our national priorities. And this is key, and we are all here. That's why we are saying each and every MDAs has a role and has a way to participate in this from your own mandate, from your own corner, and from what you need to exist. So I just wanted to paint that picture so that to give that assurance, so that we can have this confidence that when we are spending 1-2 hours here, we are really try to deliver what we do exist collectively as a government and individually as an institution. So STI mainstreaming to us is a tool that will help us try to accelerate the attainment of this national agenda. So quickly, just to point this picture in terms of the participation. Again, this is just for us to appreciate, and this is the progressive over the years. We are now in the 4th year, and the numbers have been growing. Credit to your cooperation, and credit to the focal persons, the champions who are talking about this morning, and the PC coordinators who are leading these processes in your various institutions. So these numbers have been growing because of your acceptance to be here this morning, be here next quarter, so that we get it right. So for us, it's a journey, and it's a journey that we are working together. We're still having more new institutions joining. We have those who have been there for 3-4 years. So thank you. Welcome to the new ones. Because we have to get it right together and collectively. So this is very important. Again, the kind of the data that you have been giving us over the years, it is something that we really need to let you know. It's very important. I just want to use just one simple example of our attempt to strengthen the intellectual property management. This IP assets, it is one of the areas that really we are seeing can have a lot of impact. Just to paint the numbers so that you see where we are and where we want to go. We still have 53% of the 400 or so institutions that have yet to develop this institutional IP policy. So I'm saying this because it is a journey that we need to work together. 47 of you already have your policies in place. It is an opportunity this year again. You can reach out for assistance to develop this. But more important is, why are this IP policy? These are institutional or intellectual property policy. Why are they important? Because this is very important toward the journey of making good use of our innovations, creating and supporting that creativity, creating that enabling environment for us to be able to commercialize our various ISP assets that are across our country. This country today, we're grappling with the issue of the youth and the so-called Gen Zs. How can we have them on board in the mainstream, in the production sectors, creation of job opportunities? So this intellectual property, we think that if institutions get it right, create this enabling environment, we should be able to harness the huge potential among our youth. And I'm using youth, that's just an example. But in essence, the IP policy is a critical enabling environment for us to do that. We have this institution having this. Of course, this is one thing. The other thing is how to implement it. And that, of course, it's a journey. We start with the right steps. These are the right steps toward the bigger picture of us having that kind of an environment. This is a credit to this platform and this indicator, because previously it was not a requirement. Clearly for institutions that are not in the research or in university sector, it was not a concern, but we are telling you it is. Why? Because our mantra these days is institutions have to innovate or perish, because definitely we can't do things as usual. So institutions have to think, have to innovate to survive. This is a tool to create an enabling environment for our institution to be able to innovate within their space and within their mandate. So I thought this is a very important aspect to share with you. And one of the important aspects that globally, or particularly in the Africa region, that we have had issues with, it is the issues of the R&D expenditure. This is the data that you gave us. Again, just as a way of the feedback, so that you can appreciate that kind of the information that you're telling us. You're telling us by these different sectors, what they call sector, the government sector, the higher education sector, and the funding that you're able to mobilize from abroad. You are telling us from your data on R&D expenditure, one of the tables that you normally help us share this data, that the government spent 60 billion last year on research, technology, and innovation across research institutions, across our state department and our state corporation. Higher education sector, the government spent 18 billion. Higher education sector covers universities and the TVETs. This is your data. Very important, because it helps now us to track. Are we on the journey toward attaining our 2% of GDP that we committed in the STI Act? This is very important. Your data also spoke to us and that we were able to attract 28 billion from abroad across all our MDAs. Again, is this your data accurate? Very important. It's an indicator of where we are going. So what you're sharing with us, it is of significant importance. 121 billion last year. That's about 0.7 of our GDP. Are we on the track to the 2% of the GDP? It is very important. And we want to use STI-based streaming as a platform to advocate for us to get this. But we can only advocate this if you have the correct data. This is what you have. And I thought it is very important if we share with you, then we could see 2025, 2026 financial year, what will be the figures? Again, we will be seeking our colleagues who will be guiding you on how we can get this data correctly. The issues of research, technology, and innovation outputs, again, it's very important that the data you're telling us what we are doing as a country, because these are very critical aspects for measuring our outputs and our competitiveness. The issues of publication. You're telling us last year we published all those papers. Intellectual property, patent, 146. This perhaps is those granted plus the applications. It is important. This is your data. I just thought perhaps you can see your image. as a country. Do we need to do more? Yes, we need to do more. Is STI mainstreaming platform will be useful in this? Yes, it is a very important tool to help us attain this. And lastly, I just want to paint some of the thing that we are seeing in terms of the impact that quickly this PC indicator is creating across our institution in terms of the reform. We are seeing across some of our institutions dedicating specific units, departments that are able to be handling matters, science, technology, and innovation. That's something that was not there before 18th cycle. The issues of integrating or really prioritizing aspect of R&D, research and development in your budgeting system. It was not there before. Some of the institutions are now dedicating a budget line for that. To us, is a very big point. Now it's working that direction. Issues of recruitment or deploying staff, STI staff, who should be able to man this. We have specific institutions that have dedicated staff to address this. A very important aspect for us really to appreciate. And of course, the issues of collaboration and partnership. This has been one of the indicators that has really assisted institutions to collaborate and work together toward the journey of making the good use of the potential of RSTI. And we say credit to yourselves for engaging and really agree to take this journey. And of course, even prioritizing the matters RSTI in strategic planning. These are some of the immediate thing. Of course, definitely what you are doing is a long-term investment as you do your RSTI mainstreaming strategy, long-term investment. Within a short space, we were able to see these kind of indicators that are very positive, that are good for our institution, for our country, that we want to say we're on the right track. Thank you so much. I wanted to end there and really wish you a very fruitful discussion. Take good use of the opportunity to raise your issues, to get your comments, and to seek for assistance. But more importantly is that for us to say what you are giving us is very important and taking us to this direction, positive direction. So to say what you're going to do together going forward will even be more important. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me end there and allow the next part of the presentation. Should there be any issues of comment you wish to follow up, we should be able to respond to them in due course. So thank you so much. Lawrence.
Thank you so much, DG, for the welcoming remarks and for that presentation. I believe participants have had some good highlights as to the value of the data they give us and how it impacts to us as a country. So thank you very much. In case participants, you have any question with regard to his presentation, you can use the Q&A chat and our team will be able to respond to your question. So for those who are just joining, welcome. That was the DG's presentation. He was just giving us the regulatory mandate of NACOSTI and how the STI mainstreaming impacts to our country. So thank you very much. I would wish to invite the next presenter, Javan Mwiti, to give his presentation on STI mainstreaming indicator for this financial year, 2025-2026. So Javan, if you are set, I think you can share your screen and start your presentation. Welcome. Javan, if you are set, you can take it up. Before you leave, probably I can take one or two questions from participants with regard to your presentation. So in case you have any question, you can just raise your hand and we'll allow you to ask your question. Any question with regard to DG's presentation? If there are no question, I think Javan, this is your session. You can take it up.
Rolex, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Let me share my slide. Just a minute. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Rolex and DG. Sorry, there is an echo. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for this opportunity that we have to go through STI mainstreaming as an indicator. I don't know whether Rolex, you can hear me so well.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you have an echo. There is an echo on your side.
And now?
Yeah, now it's clear.
So thank you. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being available for this presentation. I'll be taking you through this indicator that we have been implementing since the 18th cycle. And of course, for many of us who are joining us for the very first time, I hope you'll be able to understand the experiences that you've been able to go through in implementation of this indicator. And of course, lessons that we can be able to apply to ensure that we have an effective and efficient implementation the year 2023, the year 2025, 2026. So basically, as I said, we started implementation of the indicator from the PC cycle of 18th cycle of performance contracting. And over time, and this will be very important for all of us, whether we have been in the process from that time, because I know we have many of us who have been joining us in between. There are who started with us from 18th cycle implementation. There are some of us who join us in 19th cycle. The others who join in 20th cycle, 21st cycle, and currently the one we're implementing, the 22nd cycle. And I'll go straight. As I said, much of what I want us to share today, of course, will be looking at the indicator, the expectation for the focal person and champions, and more so, what is expected for us in terms of implementing the year 2025-26, and of course, infusing the best practices that have been there or that we have been able to learn over time. And I believe that it will be able to help us to basically have a very good year of implementation in 2025-2026. The main purpose basically is to provide you with the information to enable you as a focal person and champions across all the MDAs that are represented today, borrowing, of course, from the experiences of implementation over the years to ensure that we are able to have an implementation process that captures the objective that the Director General has been able to take us through, and of course ensure that as an institution, you are able to attain your institutional objectives, and of course attain the national goals, the national goals that as it is stipulated in the various development blueprint for the country. As I said, all this is canvassed through the PC platform. And within the platform, again, STI mainstreaming being just one of the performance indicator, that has always been that has been implemented and infused within the platform for implementation for the year 2025-2026. Basically, and I'm happy the Director General has taken us back a bit on the history of the implementation process with the review of the Act and the continuous implementation that has taken place. And this becomes very important because, as you know, we started implementation process from an R&D perspective, where we are doing at least 2% within our core mandate allocation to research and development. But of course, with the time, as we'll be seeing in the various presentations, there have been a lot of changes that have taken place. And as sector performance standards then where R&D was the main basis of implementation, very few MDAs participated by that particular time. But of course, with the development of the various MTP, from MTP1, MTP2, where basically we started the real implementation of the indicator as R&D, many other changes have taken place, and we'll be able to look at them. With the introduction of the indicator from 18th cycle to now 22nd cycle, other aspects have taken place. There have been a lot of emphasis to look at Vision 2030. There have been a lot of emphasis in terms of implementation through the various MTPs, and specifically now we have MTP4. We have Better, which is the government agenda for the day, and the pillars, and of course, mainstreaming the same through those pillars, and ensuring that what needs to be done is done. So basically, this is very critical to the MDAs to understand the journey, and out of the journey, then we ask ourselves, and I'm sure we have been able to be taken through the impact of this continuous implementation process on how this has impacted on us. So quickly, we'll look at NACOST as a specialized agency and what is expected. Number one, NACOST being the specialized agency, they develop the indicator, of course, through performance PSPMMU, and within that, of course, the indicator, once it has been developed, of course, is shared, and we do capacity building as we are doing today to ensure that indeed you get basically the scope of what is expected in terms of implementation. NACOST to receive and analyze performance reports. Like now, we are in the first quarter of 2025-2026. You'll be expected to submit your report by the 15th of next month, which is October. And of course, those reports will be analyzed, and then you get a feedback. Of course, you report 15 days after the end of the quarter, and then the feedback is given 15 days after the same. So basically, that is very critical for you to note as a focal person or a champion, because if you don't comply with this, the performance contracting guidelines, 22nd cycle, are very clear in terms of penalization if you don't comply with the state and timelines. You provide NACOST to provide technical support as they are doing today. And of course, at the end of the financial year, there will be assessment of what you have been able to do through the 4 quarters. And you expected, and of course, to also submit a list of the scores for performance within that specific financial year. For 2024-2025, I'm very sure you'll be getting this list, or now you have been able to perform cumulatively on first, second, third, and fourth quarter. It's important to emphasize at this level on timelines. Ensure you observe timelines, they are critical. Number 2, you are supposed to ensure that you use the prescribed formats. The process is automated. Ensure that you follow and report as per the provided template, so that the information you give then is catered for as per that. Next, and I know most of you, when we talk about the most critical aspect, of course, is on like for 2024, 2025. We want to know our performance, but what is critical is implementation. When you do your implementation the way it is expected, then you are able basically to attain the expected score. In fusion of this indicator, as we'll be seeing later in some in my later slides, you realize is that This is the only indicator we formulate from our core mandate. As an institution, your core mandate is driven from your strategic plan, from the various legal instruments that establish you. And out of it, when you look at your core mandate, basically what you do on day-to-day basis, what you exist to do, then you realize that as you set those objectives, as you set the various objectives, then within the objective again is where we set or where the activities within STI mainstreaming are identified from. So basically, this means this is very critical for you, as probably most of us already have revised our strategic plans, or you have developed a new strategic plan as per the circulated guidelines. And to realize within it, as you formulate later, maybe your STI strategy, as you do your work plan, basically will be guided within the objective. So it is very critical to ensure that we infuse our objectives within the requirement of STI mainstreaming. For relevance, again, as I said, the indicator is fully grounded within your core mandate. So basically, the development of the activities, the various activities that you're supposed to implement, they are all driven by what we do on our daily basis. And we'll be able to see that. So in terms of relevance, again, it's good to look at our Vision 2030. When you look at our Vision 2030, STI mainstreaming is an enabler, and specifically enabler number 2. When you look at the fourth medium-term plan, which is MTP4, the implementation matrix, you realize again there is so much that is conversed in the area of science, technology, and innovation. The government agenda of the day, the 5 pillars again, and most of you, when you're reporting to when you're reporting on the 5 pillars, you realize that as we'll be seeing later, how STI mainstreaming is grounded within the same. So basically, in matters mainstreaming, then we look at the national development agenda for the country, and within it again, as we cascade it to our respective institutions, then the flow is very, very clear. Looking at the foundation of socioeconomic development again, you realize STI mainstreaming is part and parcel of the same. And quickly, looking at the enablers under Vision 2030, you realize within the sectors, we have 9 of them in number, under socio, political, and economic growth, and science, technology, innovation is number 2. But looking at all other, in fact, looking at almost all of them 9, looking at infrastructure, transport, basically the infrastructure as it is under Vision 2030, you agree with me, matters research, science, technology, innovation are highly covered within the same. Under land reforms, there's a lot of technology used, there's a lot of use of technology and innovation to ensure that we attain quickly the intended purpose within the reforms, the land reforms, security and peace, public sector reforms. Under public sector reforms, there's a lot of use of technology and innovation. And all the way, talking about ending drought and emergencies again, you agree with me that matter, science, technology, innovation are basically taken care of. When you look at the implementation and the flow on the same, again, I think we have looked at the higher vision that we have as a country, coming all the way to ourselves as an institution and the steps in which we are able to cascade and ensure that we implement what is expected. So mainstreaming basically is important. You look at mainstreaming from the point where you start with identification or commitment of the activities, undertaking those activities within your institution, within, of course, the wider performance contracting platform, monitoring and evaluation of the same to ensure that indeed you are able to attain that, and of course, reporting, so that at the end of the day, you report exactly what you committed to do. So basically, that's a cycle that is very, very critical. Looking at the formulation process, before we start the implementation, or maybe when you want to infuse both implementation and formulation as an institution, you start by identification of these strategic issues. And of course, they are STI related. And these issues, basically, again, you drive them from your core mandate. You look at your core mandate, what you exist to do, and identify those issues that basically will touch on STI mainstreaming. And this is the same process you have used in development of your strategic plans. And then, of course, within it, to develop the goals, the KRIs, and all the way to the activities. The expectation here is that as you undergo this process of formulation, either for your strategic plan or your STI strategies for that matter, then you have identified clearly issues areas of commitment and allocation of finances in terms of what we want to support as an institution when we want to talk about successive mainstreaming of STI. So basically, these are steps, they are very critical. And at the end of it, because we'll be doing monitoring and evaluation, you'll be asking yourself how much of that I plan that I'm able to attain. And when you come to the template, for example, for STI mainstreaming, for example, when you talk about human resource, when you talk about project, when you talk about R&D, for example, all those key issues that you have identified that you need to report on, then the idea is that you are able to formulate, you're able to have identified, and then you are able to implement the same. Looking at the flow, the performance contracting cycle and STI flow, we must be able to get it right in terms of implementation so that we are able to get ultimately the intended result that we plan to achieve within quarterly basis, cumulatively for quarters, and at the end of the financial year. So basically, as you go through the normal process of performance contracting, then within it, as we indicated, STI mainstreaming basically is an indicator and a specialized agency. Then in each of the steps, you must be able to identify which step. You must be able to ensure that what needs to be done in each of it is basically done. So these are steps. They are very, very critical, and this note will be able to share these presentations with you, but it's very important. For example, when you talk about the negotiation, when you are doing the identification, at what point then do you ensure that what you are committing is basically clearly captured within your internal flows of planning in relation to matter science, technology, and innovation. So basically, these steps are very critical, and it's important for us to be aware. When you want to anchor research, science, technology, innovation in PC process, you basically look at the key areas of performance criteria in the performance contracting, where of course STI is done through the platform of performance contracting. When you look at financial and stewardship, this is where basically you are allocating resources. Remember, one of the areas that you must address in RSTI mainstreaming is the 2%, allocation of at least 2% for research and development. You cannot do that unless you get it right within your budget, which are captured within your financial and stewardship. This is where we have the budgetary allocation. This is where we have the utilization as a performance indicator. And of course, how you are able to address the same. So here you are doing the planning. Here you ensure. And that's why the process of planning for what you are doing must go hand in hand, both with our budget and our procurement plan. So you should be able to plan for it here. You must allocate resources, and you realize one of the areas you report on, of course, will be on research and development. You'll be able to tell us how much were you able to allocate within your budget, your overall budget, how much was the operational budget, how much of that was utilized within the quarter, and basically did you attain were you able to attain your target? So the issue of 2%, we are able to get it right here. Projects that are running that are RSTI related, they need funding. So we must get it right. When you come to service delivery, again, this is now what you're delivering to the to Mwananchi, to Wanjiku, to Omolo, to Otieno. Once you have identified these activities and committed them in RSTI, those activities that you're committing, whether you're in stream A or stream B, in terms of service delivery, how can we measure? The best way to measure the impact of the same, for example, if there are applications, if there are innovations that you're developing, if, for example, there are research solutions that you are able to come up with, then at the end of the day, it's part of the service. It's part of the delivery, the wider delivery. And that way, when you look at the indicator this year and last year but one, it is more output oriented. It is more on the output, it's more on the impact that goes out there. And that way we have service delivery. So the measure here basically will be the service charter. You'll be looking at the issues like digitalization, for example, how you are able to solicit customer feedback in relation to what you are doing. So this is very critical when we talk about RSTI mainstreaming, because again, this is where you are being mentioned. Those output, those research output, they must have an impact. And that's where you are serving the purpose. Command rate, of course, is what you exist to do. And the rate, again, you realize this is where the indicator is anchored. And because this is what you do on a daily basis, expectation is that you'll allocate resources for it and you'll be able to attain it. The rest basically cross-cutting support what is already committed, but that's very, very, very important. This is a matrix basically for an uncommercial, which does not really differ so much from the commercial one. But look at core mandate. This is where we are looking at the core mandate. MDAs priority programs, projects in Better Kenya Vision 2030 flagship project, and other priorities, ease of doing business, project completion rate, revenue collection, and all that, which basically is the measure, is the real measure of implementation of our blueprint as a country, whether it is Vision 2030. And remember, we said again under Vision 2030, STI mainstreaming is a pillar, is number two, is a pillar number 2. When you talk of, when again you look at MTP4, which of course is actualizing Vision 2030 on 5-year basis, then again that is taken care of. So it is very important for us to get this. And under C is where we have science, technology, and innovation. Of course, this is within the core mandate. But looking at the indicators within the core mandate, that tells you the seriousness, the relevance of mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation. So basically, as you implement STI mainstreaming, implement it having in mind, you are basically implementing your core mandate. You are looking at what you have committed. You are looking at your strategic plan. And most of you will be reporting within the cycle of 2024, 2025. We have quite a number of reports that you are writing to Treasury, Ministry of Education, and even the Office of the President on the level of implementation, or now we have been able to attain better, or now we have been able to attain priority programs within Vision 2030. And of course, that carries science, technology, and innovation. So even as we were reporting for this year for national values, remember one of the areas that we had to capture clearly was the pillar, the 5 pillars. And one of it, of course, they are the pillars that will speak to research, science, technology, and innovation. And for many institutions of higher learning, universities, you'll bear with me witness, this is an area. If you look at, if you have been able to see the draft from the Directorate of National Values, they captured institution by institution and in fact contribution, how you have been able to contribute on those pillars, and they were able to flag out areas of science, technology, and innovation. So this is, that indicates to you, and of course that's a report that President will be reading to Parliament, and that speaks volume. That tells you that the impact is being felt, and it's very important to the country. It shows that we are doing what is expected to be done. So basically that is very, very critical. And looking at it again, this is just another matrix. It's for this year. I've just used for non-commercial entities as an example. Again, it will follow. For example, when you talk about financial stewardship, when you talk about absorption of the allocated, absorption of externally mobilized, appropriation in need, all these are the resources within your budget that you must demonstrate how much of that are you allocating for the attainment of research, science, technology, innovation, for research and development, basically. So there is a very close relationship as PC coordinators, as focal persons and champions. We must get this right so that you can understand from a bigger picture why we are doing what we are doing. So that again helps you. Impact across, as I said, one of the things we need to be doing basically is to share experiences so that we ask ourselves what is the best way for us to ensure we do what is expected to be done and in the most efficient and effective way. Overall coordination of the indicator, of course, as an STI mainstreaming, irrespective, there have been a lot of improvement in terms of implementation of this indicator. How does that happen? Is when we talk about effective and efficient mainstreaming. I've shared with you a flowchart in terms of effective mainstreaming. So that, of course, will give us that output. Provision of necessary support to the various levels. Again, this is an impact across. And of course, you enhance capacity building, you enhance planning, you enhance sensitization, and institutions are able to connect in terms of implementation. Coordinating development and implementation of STI strategy. This will be done, presentation will be done later, but it's also very critical. As you do it, also you understand the flow. It is from your core mandate. This is emanating from what you do. It's from these activities that you're supposed to do. Promoting collaborations and partnerships, which of course is also an indicator, direct indicator for implementation. And that of course shows us the overall impact across MDAs. There's a lot of it. We'll be able to summarize that later. So one of the core requirements under the enabling environment for you to be able to implement this indicator before you go to the activities that you're supposed to do is the focal person and champions, their appointment of focal person and champions. So for some of us who are joining us for the very first time, we must ensure, most of you have been appointed, you should be appointed in a letter. You have a focal person and champions appointed. And focal person will be one. Focal person, sorry for that. Focal person will be one, and then there will be many champions. Out of this composition, we'll have an STI or RSTI mainstreaming committee. So it's a requirement. You must have a focal person and champion. Please, if you have not been appointed, ensure you have a letter, because as you report later, you realize that you need that letter for you to be able to report. So what are the roles of focal person? Role number one is to ensure overall coordination of the indicator. Please note that for most of us who are joining for the very first time, and even for us who have been in this for a period of time, overall coordination of this indicator is the responsibility of the focal person. Provide necessary support to the various levels, plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building, or communications in terms of capacity building. Sensitization like the one we are doing, it is the responsibility of the focal person to liaise with NACOST. In case you feel you need more sensitization, you can also plan the same downstream to your institution. After you get this information today, you can also go and plan. You can also go and do the same and build the capacity of other staff. You can also request NACOST to be part of it, but ideally the role of sensitization and capacity building belongs to the focal person. Development of the STI strategy, again, is the role of the focal person. You need to ensure it is done and done the way, like, for example, if in Stream A, if you are now coming for the first time, you don't have the STI strategy, then this should go to your work plan. It's something that you must cater well in your work plan so that you'll be able to develop. Once you develop, of course, ensure it is implemented. Establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism. It is very critical. You have seen that in my previous presentation. Promoting collaborations, partnerships, and networking, which is, of course, a commitment for this year. Collaborations and partnerships for Stream B. Promoting STI-based process to ensure that STI streaming is successfully done. And of course, very important, we're in the first quarter. Ensure quarterly and annual PC report are submitted annual from first quarter to fourth quarter to NACOST. That is the rule. What are the requirements of the focal person? You should either be in top or middle level management. And of course, this is for obvious reasons so that there's an efficient and effective implementation. But basically, you should be in a place or in a position to oversee implementation of either you are conversant or you are dealing with matters research, science, technology, innovation in your respective institution. So basically, we are saying these are people at this level. It's more of ensuring that within the institution, you can have a successive implementation. You can be able to ensure that mainstreaming takes place for the institution. For champions, for focal person, sorry, it's only one person. So we'll have one person for within a period of time being the focal person. And I said when you have the focal person and champions, then you have your Science, Technology, Innovation Committee or Research, Science, Technology, Innovation Mainstreaming Committee. So that is for focal person. For champions can be 1, 2, 3, 4, depending with the uniqueness of the institution, so that you can be able to ensure that all the key areas are represented. Champions basically ensure day-to-day implementation at their respective areas of this indicator. So a champion will have a champion from finance, for example, and champion from research department, and champion from human resource, where you are reporting certain data. Basically, this is for inclusivity to ensure that you are able to get or you are able to have a fair representation, diversity, and a clear representation for effective implementation and more so reporting, so that information is able to come. You're able to get all the information from the various quotas. Facilitate the cascading of the indicator in the various with the various process owners, preparing and forwarding quarterly reports, and providing timely information. So basically, this is very critical because for effective implementation, champions ensure within their respective area that the information, the activities that have been committed are successfully implemented within those areas. They undertake continuous monitoring and evaluation, of course, on behalf of the focal person, their respective areas. Lessons learned, challenges that have been there. They are able, for example, want to write, you submit your, let's say your first quarter report to NACOST, you'll always get a certain feedback. This feedback must be cascaded from the focal person to the champions to the process owners within their respective areas so that they can be able to address the gaps, improve, and ensure that as they report for the next quarter, all the information is done. They ensure continued capacity building. We are building your capacity today. You go ahead in your respective areas and build the capacity of the process owners in those respective areas so that they can be able to implement the indicator successfully or the identified activities. Provide necessary support to the process owners, again, is the role of the champion. So basically, in a nutshell, champions help the focal person to ensure effective and efficient implementation at their respective areas. You have a focal person for maybe finance, HR, as I said, risk R&D department, whatever, all the critical areas. As I said, we leave the numbers to you. They can be 1, they can be 2, they can be 3. Of course, they should be more than 1 because the reporting areas are more than 1, but the numbers are left to you to ensure adequate and sufficiency in terms of coverage, in terms of effective implementation and reporting for the indicator. What are the requirements? For who should be a champion? Of course, is for you when, and I know basically we have been having champions in many other processes that you'll be running as institutions. We use the same criteria: passionate, committed, and ability to champion and transform others and lobby others in terms of commitment in matters research, science, technology, innovation, implementation in your institution. So these are the people who run with it. These are the people who understand, and they ensure that everyone else within their area is able to get and understand what is expected. The scope, I'll just address the scope. I know that eligibility criteria is in the website, and even these roles of focal person and champions can get them there. Basically, from my presentation, you have realized, I'm sure you have been able to realize that STI is with us. It's within almost in everything that we do. Everyone should have a role to play. The role may differ, but you have a role in research. You have a role, you have a role in research. You have a role, you shall have a role either in science, technology, innovation, or you have a role, you basically have a role in it. It is an enabler under Vision 2030. All of us, so we have a role, we have a clear role in it. All of us are implementing MTP4, the 5 pillars. I mean, the 5 pillars of better. All of us are implementing them. STI is part of it. All of us are implementing the government agenda. The 5 pillars, they are all there. So all of us, it's only for us to define what is exactly our role based with what we commit, but we have a bigger role to commit. Otherwise, the institutions that should participate are already in the website, NACOST website. You can always look at that at your free time. I'll take you directly, we'll look at 22nd PC guidelines of 2025-2026 and the indicator. Number 1, before you start implementing the indicator, I've talked previously about the enabling environment. This environment, you must meet it for you to be able to implement the indicator. So basically, you have to appoint or reappoint focal person We have situations where focal persons have left the institution. So we must demonstrate. And this, as you report, you must demonstrate by attaching the documentary evidence. Number 2, develop STI mainstreaming and work plan. For us, for both teams, we must have your work plan so that we can be able to plan. And the template is already in the website. Training for focal person and champions like we are doing today. And of course, you must be able to sensitize your staff and stakeholders on STI. So basically, this is the first enabling environment, which you must, it's not scored. The environment is, the factors within this environment or the commitment within this environment are not scored after the cumulative quarters reporting, but it's critical. You cannot be able to implement without meeting them. So they are very important. So please, focal person and champions who have not been appointed, go back to institutions and request the appointing authorities to appoint you accordingly, because it is a requirement. For many of us who are joining for the very first time, before we go to 2025, 2026, this is how the indicator was. There is very minimal change between the indicator as it was in 24, 25, as comparing with 2025, 2026. We were doing the institution STI mainstreaming then, and we're implementing strategic issues. And of course, Stream B, we are on Stream A and Stream B. And Stream B, we are doing collaborations and partnership and technologies, transfund and all that. So basically for that year, but it's very important to look at Stream B for 24-25. This is very important for many of us who are joining for the very first time. So when we indicate up there that you need to establish collaborations and partnership, it was amplified. Notes were given so that when you develop technologies or innovation, the scope of what you're supposed to do under Stream B then, and I'll be discussing it later, was clearly defined as I'm presenting. So basically, let's look at 22nd PC cycle guidelines. Stream A, we have 2 streams again as it was last year. Stream A is applicable to new entrants and MDAs without institution STI mainstreaming strategy. So what you are doing, number 1, is institution STI mainstreaming strategy. You develop it, you commit. As you do your work plan, you commit that one of the documents you have to develop is STI strategy. And of course, within the work plan, you'll be able to go through it and give the steps and how you intend within which quarter. You'll be able, in terms of timelines, also indicate the activities and the timelines on how you want to attain. Then once you do that, you identify 4 STI strategic issues to implement within your STI strategy, which you should actually attain in first by second quarter. You should be able to attain your STI strategy. So then you start implementing, identify within those strategic issues that you have identified, 4 of them, and start implementing. So as you implement, of course, you'll also be reporting on the same. There will be a report that you need to give on the same. For Stream B, it's applicable to MDAs that have approved STI mainstreaming strategy. Here, you are doing collaborations and partnerships. You're establishing collaborations and partnerships. And as it was last year, you are doing technology or innovations that have been transferred. And this is why I was saying there are those of course, there's additional information. If you want any other additional information, this is already provided in a cost website. For Stream B specifically, in terms of those collaborations and partnerships, it has been, the notes, it is very clear because of course already, because already, sorry for that. Because already you have developed your STI mainstreaming strategy, collaborations and partnerships is one of the thematic or strategic issues that you have identified. Then within it, of course, and you'll be reporting on the same, you'll be telling us what are those collaborations that you have started, or collaborations, or partnerships, and to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Remember, again, even within our pieces this year, this is a commitment. This is a cross-cutting commitment from the Ministry of Education on collaborations and partnerships. Either you are doing the impact, you are reporting on the impact on the same. You have previously, you established 5, you initiated 5 in the last 2 financial year. So you report in terms of the implementation levels, achievement on the same, and of course the impact. You can also do the impact on the same. On developing technologies and innovation, acquisition and IP rights, it is highly open up so that it will be able to guide you in terms of either you are reporting on commercialization of product and services, you are either acquiring and transferring technologies, or basically innovations and reporting to the same, or you are doing an uptake. So it's a broad area that allows you to, depending on your level, depending with what is happening, maybe you are doing an uptake, probably you are doing an acquisition of IP, you are developing IP policies, all that is again captured under that criteria. So this is guidance. You'll be able to be guided in the, as you report, in the reporting template, and even in your work plan, it's very clear. Providing RSTI data using the providing template in the online portal, of course, this becomes part and parcel of the process. Issues for effective implementation. As I said, the indicator has been implemented for almost the last 4 cycles, and a lot has happened. And some of the areas that were challenging, for example, the 2% allocation. Remember in my presentation, I started by talking about the criteria on financial stewardship. This is where you have your budget, you are developing your budget, you are allocating a certain percentage to achieve your core mandate, where STI mainstreaming is. So that becomes very critical. And most of the institutions, because of continuous sensitization and capacity building, this has come out very, very, very strongly. NACOST, of course, has also moved forward to ensure that the process is automated for ease in terms of implementation. Low budgetary allocation has been a challenge. These are some of the challenges, but again, we have been able to, over time, and we need this one of the experience we need to share. When, for example, sometimes the allocation is low, we have always requested the MDAs, always ensure now, as already our budget have been approved. During this, I share the cycle in terms of the steps in development and implementation of the STI mainstreaming indicator. One of the critical areas is in budgetary allocation. We must ensure something is allocated. And we realize in most cases that as you report for first quarter, there will be a lot of resources. You may not under direct budget line for this, but in terms of reporting, you realize you have used a lot of resources. You bought maybe some equipment, or you have spent money directly in the area of research, science, technology, innovation. So you have something to report on the same. So basically, again, to address these challenges, I go back to my earlier presentation. When you look at the template, when you look at the matrix for PC, we normally start with financial and stewardship. And that's where we must get it right to ensure what needs to be done is done, so that we are able to achieve our intended purpose. Formation of STI mainstreaming committees, it has really evolved, and this is a composition of the focal person and champions. Continuous capacity building, deepening of STI mainstreaming in our mandate. Again, these are all steps, lessons we have learned, and some of the activities that we have undertaken that have really helped to improve the process. For us to have an effective implementation, as I said, we must have a very strong feedback process. Remember, the focal person as a role, then champions are getting feedback, the focal person is getting feedback, NACOST is giving you feedback. That cycle of management of the feedback management becomes very critical in addressing the gaps. Ensure quarterly reports. Once you submit, NACOST to always analyze and give you a feedback. Ensure those feedback, you use them to report, to improve your next quarter. And of course, continuous capacity building, and very important, compliance with 22nd PC cycle guidelines. Because again, they are very clear. There are areas that if you don't observe, then you'll be penalized at the end of it all. So basically strengthening of STI mainstreaming committees, ensuring that focal person and champions are appointed, ensuring continuous capacity building, ensuring that you implement your work plans and your STI strategies, then ensures you have a successful implementation as an MDA to ensure that what needs to be done is done. And of course, you'll be able each quarter, based with your monitoring and evaluation infrastructure that you have established, you'll be able to see the gaps that are coming up in terms of implementation, and of course, you'll be able to address them. So basically, that's what it is for us. We believe we'll be able to share more as we move forward. Of importance is to realize now in first quarter has already ended. We are starting second quarter in the next 2 weeks. And with that, again, it means we must get it right in our work plans, what it needs to be done, so that we schedule those activities. Within those activities, within your work plans, ensure that capacity building and sensitization is a continuous process, so that on continuous basis, because our institutions are very dynamic. We have staff who are joining us. We have new process owners on board, so that we can be able to carry it. There have been a lot of improvement, as the Director General indicated, and we hope that the continuous improvement will be with us, so that even as we prepare for the 23rd cycle of performance contracting, then we'll have a very good story in terms of successive STI mainstreaming in our institution. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. In case you have any question or clarification, please, you can do it through the chat. And I believe we'll have an open session where we'll be able also to interact. Thank you so much. God bless you. Back to you, Rolex.
Thank you so much, Javan, for your presentation on the indicator for this financial year 2025-2026 and the role of focal persons and champions. So I think all of us know what it's required of us as requirements for this financial year's indicator. In case of any question, you can use the platform, and we'll ensure that we have answered you. So let me now welcome the next presenter to take us through the work plan for this financial year. I know it's a concern for most of you that the quarter is coming to an end and you've not developed. So this session, I think, will help you with your development of your work plans for this financial year. So this session will be facilitated by Mr. Amiani David. So if you are set, welcome.
Everyone, Rolex, you can confirm whether you're able to hear me and see my screen.
Yeah, we can hear and you can see the screen as well. So you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you and good morning once again. My presentation is on the STI mainstreaming work plan. I echo the sentiments by Rolex. A good number of you have been asking on what it is to have for this financial year in your work plans. So I will be very brief and a bit practical. So I would request that we be attentive. If you have any questions, like mentioned earlier, you can use the Q&A or the chat box as I go on with my presentation. So before I go into the practical bit, I would just like us to appreciate what it is that we are going to have in our work plans. The key activities for this financial year for both Stream A and Stream B. I won't repeat what my colleague Javan has mentioned, the key activities for both Stream A and Stream B, because those activities are the ones that will form part of the work plan. So the work plan is just meant to help you be a bit organized and outline the tasks and the activities that are supposed to be undertaken within this financial year. And looking at the feedback we got from you as our key stakeholders, we have made it much simpler this year in that the activities that you're going to give us are originating from your STI strategies. Those who implemented last year's indicator, you realize that we had already provided the activities. So it was for you to pick those activities. But this financial year, you realize that these activities are majorly driven by you, institutionally driven, right? So it's you to tell us what you're going to do, and we will evaluate you based on what you indicated in your work plan. So for Stream A, this has already been mentioned. The key deliverable for Stream A, new entrants, is the institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. So the work plan will have a section. First section of the work plan will be on demonstrating that you will develop the STI mainstreaming strategy. Secondly is the implementation of that developed institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. So for effective implementation, we have key enablers, which have been emphasized in the previous presentation: appointment of focal persons. Of course, there is development of the annual work plan that we are looking at now, training of the focal persons, and sensitization of staff on RSTI. So those ones will also form part of the work plan, right? Part one of the work plan will have those key enablers. You are supposed to demonstrate on when you're going to have the training of the focal persons, a sensitization of staff. You're going to tell us which quarter you intend to have that activity being undertaken. Appointment of focal persons and STI champions, that is an activity that happens at the beginning of the year. So by default, that is our first quarter activity. So for Stream B, collaborations and partnerships, the work plan will have activities around this. Technologies and innovations protected will also have activities under this. I will just demonstrate that as we get to the practical session of it. For implementation enablers, that has already been mentioned, so I won't dwell so much on that. So part one of the work plan is similar for both Stream A and Stream B. Appointment or reappointment of focal persons, that I said is by default done in quarter one. Attend a training of focal persons and champions. Sensitize staff, stroke stakeholders on STI. You need to, within the financial year, identify a quarter when you, as the focal person, the champions, you will find time to sensitize staff. Then there is the tables, population of tables, table 1 to 7. This is done through the financial year from quarter 1 to quarter 4. We will take you through the reporting for you to appreciate the tables that we're talking about. So for part 2 of the work plan, Stream A is basically development of the STI strategy, and secondly, implementation of that STI strategy by implementing the STI mainstreaming strategic issues, right? And then finally, submission of the portal reports, which entails filling in the tables that we will look at when looking at the online reporting portal. For part 2 of Stream B, you will have activities around these two strategic issues: collaborations and partnerships established, and technologies and or innovations protected. Like mentioned earlier, the focus here is on outputs. Initially, we were looking at processes, but right now we are focusing on outputs. That's why these two were picked as strategic issues that will speak to the outputs towards RSTI. So I think with that brief presentation, it's an introduction to STI mainstreaming work plan. Allow me to look at the two work plans. Just let me navigate. And like mentioned, these templates are provided for our website. We'll look at where they are. So this is an example, just an illustration for Stream A. This is applicable to the new entrants, right? And as I mentioned earlier, part 1 of the work plan is speaking to the enablers. So for effective implementation of this, you have to demonstrate that you appointed or reappointed focal persons and champions, attend a training. And for this, if there is no change in the committee, if you've been in this maybe for the last 4 years or last year, you still just upload the same appointment letter. Right? If there is no change, you upload same appointment letter. But if there is a change, maybe in the constitution of the committee, then you are required to re-upload the revised letter. Training of focal persons, champions, participating in training programs organized by NACOSTI, if there are any, or any other training that is speaking RSTI. So you will indicate the quota, pick it here. And when that quota, when you come to reporting, like for instance, if you had picked quota 2, we will ask you to provide the evidence for that particular activity that you selected. Sensitize staff and stakeholders, that is also another enabler.
We met at the University of Nairobi as the meeting point.
Javan, okay, thank you. Sensitize staff and the stakeholders, so you let us know which quarter you're going to do that, and indicate the budget allocation and the responsibility, whoever will be responsible to spearhead that. Filling in of the tables, providing details of the 7 tables on human resource capacity, RSTI equipment, expenditure. This is done throughout the financial year. So when filling in the work plan, you just have to select all the quotas because this is done quarterly basis. Part 2 of this work plan now speaks to development of the STI strategy and implementation of that STI strategy. So the first activity that gives you 20% is on development of the STI strategy. These are new entrants, those that have not been able to develop the STI strategy. You will start by developing the STI mainstreaming strategy. Thereafter, implement 4 strategic issues, right? The STI strategy template that we have has, we have the older version that has 8 of them, and there's the newer version that has 4. But if you look at those, that has 5, sorry. But if you look at those 5, they still are speaking to these strategic issues on human resource development, infrastructure for STI and digital readiness, funding, investment in STI, STI advocacy and awareness, education, training and research, technology development, transfer and diffusion, collaborations and partnerships, and STI inclusivity. So if you pick on human resource development, funding, investment in RSTI, STI advocacy and awareness, education and training, so you will pick 4 strategic issues. Then under this, you'll give us at least 2 activities. You'll see that when we'll be going to the online portal, as we will be demonstrating. So if you say that under human resource, this financial year, based on your strategy, in your STI strategy, that you're going to reward exemplary performance in research or in innovations. So you will indicate, you'll use your own language, right? This time round, we are not casting you on specific wording. I think there was a concern. So we were giving you words that may not be speaking to your STI strategy. So this time round, we're giving you the leeway to type in your own wording, so long as it's speaking to your STI strategy. So if you pick 4 of these and indicate at least 2 activities under each strategic issue that you will be able to provide evidence within this financial year, then you're good to go. Then the last thing is quarterly submission, timely submission. Quarter 1 submission is by 15th of October, quarter 2, January 15th, and quarter 3 is 15th April, quarter 4 by 15th of July. So this template is provided for, it's there on our website, you can look at it, but then Let's have a look at stream B. Sorry about that. Stream B, the same template has been provided for. Part 1 of the work plan that speaks to the enablers, appointment and reappointment of focal persons. You have to demonstrate that it's similar. Sensitization of staff, attending of trainings, then of course filling in of the tables, the 7 tables. So we just rush to the second part of the work plan. This is where you will undertake at least 3 activities as per the developed institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. So you will go back to your STI strategy and pick 3 activities that are speaking to collaborations and partnerships in RSTI. Using your own language, type in the activity that you're sure you will give us evidence at the end of the financial year. On technologies, we will also ask you to pick at least 3 activities as per the developed institutional STI strategy. You already have an STI mainstreaming strategy, so you will make reference to it and pick 3 activities, specific activities that we will score you against on technologies and or innovations protected through acquisition of IP rights, commercial rights, and or transfer. If you can remember, those who were with us last year, we had like 5 options, and it was a bit tasking for institutions to find out which option was good for them. But this financial year, you are the ones going to give us those activities yourselves. So we will be making reference to your STI strategy and looking at the activities that you've given us to see that you are implementing your STI mainstreaming strategy. So with that, I think I come to the end of that brief presentation. It was just to demonstrate. We've made it much simpler. That's why it's taken me a very short time, because this time round, it's you who is giving us the activities. And of course, our focus will be on the output, the evidence that you will attach against the activities that you've selected. So I think with that, if you will have any reactions, we'll still be available to take you through development of the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. I think just a quick one from a participant. They actually wanted you to demonstrate live, so I don't know whether you can.
Yes,
have some
actually
room
that
for that.
is coming with the reporting.
Okay,
It's
okay.
the next presentation after this.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation on the work plan. And the next presentation is by Dennis Yegon on the online reporting. Since the work plan is embedded in the reporting tool, so he can take us through the online reporting portal as well as the work plan. So, Mr. Yegon, if you are set, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Alex. Again, it's up that as David, I'm hearing.
Oh, okay, fine then. Then I can take you through. Sorry, I think he might be having some connection problem. So allow me to share the screen, and just like one of us had mentioned, you'd like to see the live bit of it. So the online reporting tool is provided for on our website. The home page, that's where we begin. Apostil.go.ke. When you visit our site, the homepage, this is the starting point. You can get the link to the reporting here on this bar, PC MDAs. You can also find it here. There's this red. I hope members are able to see. The Rolex, you can just assure me that, okay, good. You can also find the link over here, the red button, and it's also provided for here. So there is quite a number of places where you can trace the STI mainstreaming link. So I will start by going to the home page. So when you click on the link, it takes you to the home page, where we have the institutions, ministries, research institutes, state agencies, state departments, TVETs, and universities. So you can check the institution details from here. Then, of course, just a brief of the performance indicator, what my colleague Javan was taking you through, the rationale, eligibility, then, of course, categories and list of institutions that are supposed to implement this. You'll be able to find that list. Key activities, stream A, stream B activities, and these are from the guidelines, right? Institutional STI strategy development gives you 20%, and implementation of that, of the strategic issue, gives you 80%. Stream B, applicable, collaborations and partnerships, then technologies and or acquisition, so commercialization of technologies. So for those who are developing the STI mainstreaming strategy, we have this link where you can download the template, right? We've made it customized. Initially, we didn't have it, maybe those who are doing the first year of implementation, but because of engagement and maybe feedback from you, key stakeholders, we decided to have a template that can guide you, of course, but then can reach out to NACOSTI to give you further guidance. That implementing the developed institutional STI strategy and these activities, like I mentioned, you will see how you will be having them in your work plan. Providing RSTI data using the provided templates in the online reporting tool. We'll also look at those tools, the tables, as we go on with this presentation. So for enabling environment, appoint and or reappoint focal persons. So we have this link. Javan mentioned, we have it here provided on our website, responsibilities and requirements. This can help you come up with TORs when drafting your appointment letters. Develop STI mainstreaming work plan. I've seen one of you has already asked where to get this. The template is embedded in the online portal, but we also have the two that I've just shared here. The stream A guide is here. Stream B guide also provided here. Good. On reporting, the templates, all MDAs are required to prepare and submit quarterly reports. So the link to the online portal is here. Actually, this is the link that we are on. The templates of the annual work plan are embedded on the online portal. Look at that. Then for any clarification or additional information, we've also provided contacts, pc@nacosti.go.ke, dg@nacosti, then telephone numbers are also provided for here. You can call, of course, during working hours, but emails you can send at any time. We'll be ready to respond. So prior to filling the reporting tool, normally I think we provide, you prepare in advance. Duly fill the forms where applicable and documentary evidence as listed. So where applicable, in PDF. Make sure that the documents you're uploading should be in PDF format. So we provided the tables here, the 7 tables. Click on this, you'll be able to download the tables that can help you collect data. We're looking at institutions that have, maybe you have centers around the country and you're getting data from all over, or you have vast kind of structure. So you can send those tools to various departments for them to fill and send to you as the focal person for you now to populate in the system. So the tables are just meant to help you collect data from various sections in your institutions. Approved STI mainstreaming strategy signed by the accounting officer of the institution. This is a must for those in Stream B. You need to have this approved and uploaded. Documentary evidence on outputs. You can. We will look at that on how you can upload the evidence, and then of course, a forwarding letter signed by the CEO. So once we see this, we assume that this is correct data, validated and sent to us by the institution. We also have a tutorial guide, YouTube video. You can click here and watch and see the process, reporting process. STI mainstreaming scores. This time around, we sent the scores to the individual institutions. By now, I believe all of you should have known how you performed last financial year. So you will check in your individual portals or check in your emails, the focal persons and the heads of institutions received the certificates. So those were just some of the areas you can get more information from if you need. There is also a need help in case you need assistance from us. Give us your name, email address, the subject, then type the message and submit to us. So there is a team that will respond to you. We will receive the communication on our emails and then get back to you based on your request. So let me now get into logging in. When you click on the login, of course, there's the user ID. And this user ID, let me just go back a little bit. You can get it from this list of institutions, right? Let me just pick an example, research institution. We have like Kenya Forestry Research Institute. So this is your user ID, Kefri, if you're in the room. This is your user ID, and the password is provided for. We send the password to the focal persons only, right, for control measures. So the focal person has the password. So you will have your user ID, then input the password that we have provided and log in. So this is how it is once you get in. I would like you to assure me that you're able to see Rolex.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. So this is the institution profile setup, the MDA profile. If you are new, you'll start by giving us your details. But if you've been implementing this, your details are with us. The email address, make sure that you be keen when providing this email address, because this is where communication will be sent to your institutions. So the primary contact, that is the head of institution's address or primary contact, the county where you are domiciled, then of course the title, make sure you get it right. If your head of institution is a professor or reverend or honorable, get it right, because when we will be sending communication, we will make reference to this title. So we request that you give us as it is, and also the name of the head of the institution. Under coordination and capacity building, this is very important. We need you to have focal persons. I think we have overemphasized, and champions. for successful implementation of this. So if you have appointed a focal person, you say yes, and then give us the details, the name, of telephone number and email address. This email address should also be well written because that is where we send communication. We've seen so many of our communications bounce back because maybe someone misspelled the email. So just check and ensure that you got it right. Upload the appointment letter. And then the next bit is champions. If you have appointed champions, say yes, then upload a letter for the champions. We don't need their contacts and emails, we just need the appointment letter. STI strategy. For those who are in stream B, this is a must. You say yes, because the assumption is you've already developed the STI strategy. For those in stream A, maybe you pick the no option. Upload the approved STI strategy, right? We also have other RSTI guiding documents, research policy. We talked about IP policy. Our DG emphasized on the need to have an institutional IP policy. So those are some of the guiding documents. And later on today, we'll be having a discussion around the IP policy. Contribution towards implementation of Kenya's international obligations. This may not apply to all the institutions. It's specific on obligations that are Kenya is implementing. Then for stream, this financial year, last financial year, we gave you room to select which stream we gave you like an option to select, but this financial year, those who already have an approved STI strategy, by default, be in stream B. So then you won't have any room to edit, because we realize that some institutions already had approved STI strategies, but they're still implementing stream A. So after you've updated the profile, the next thing is on submission of the report. So you'll click that. This is the platform. Those who have been with us since 2023-24, you'll be able to see what you did, the submissions you made. So the latest one comes here, the top, 25-26 financial year, Q1. So on 30th, which is 5 days from now, this will be active for you to submit. When you click on the submit report, the first thing that comes now is the work plan, right? Now, I think the one who was keen on this, this is how it appears. The first activity is appoint focal person and champions. You indicate, like I mentioned, this is a first quarter activity. So you just select this. Budget allocation for this, of course, is 0. Responsibility is the head of institution, could be the CEO. Training of focal person and champions. You can tell us, when are you going to do this? Is it in Q1, 2, 3, or 4? Okay, Q1 is already here. So let's say maybe Q2, give a budget estimate, whether you're going to do it virtually, physically, or you're going to attend, depends how much you spend. And then, of course, the responsibility here lies with the focal person, right? Schedule sensitization. When are you going to do the sensitization of staff? So you give us the budget allocation, the responsibility. So this is the work plan we are populating. For this section on providing evidence as requested on RSTI, the 7 tables, this is a quarterly activity. So I would request that we all tick all the 4 quarters. Of course, this is just population of tables. It may not have a budget allocation, but if your institution feels like this is an activity that requires facilitation, then they can indicate the budget allocation. Then the responsibility here could be the focal person, or you can have the STI committee take up this responsibility. So for all these tables, you will just indicate, you tick all the 4 quarters, and then give us an estimated budget. And in most cases, there's no budget for this because it's just population of the tables. Submission of reports to NACOSTI in the prescribed format. This is quarterly. So you take all the 4 quarters, have budget allocation. Of course, it depends. You feel there is some allocation that is needed, you get, but not in most cases zero. And then the responsibility is the committee to ensure, or rather the focal person in this case, at the lead, to ensure that things is done. So the second section of the work plan, which has been extremely simplified, this is stream B. Remember when we were looking at the MDA profile, this institution is categorized as stream B. So under collaborations and partnerships, like we indicated, you indicate at least 3 activities, right? So if in your STI strategy, you had mentioned you will, just using this as an example, maybe participate or establish multidisciplinary or multi-institutional teams on collaborative research. That could be an activity, or you can paraphrase it in a way that speaks to your mandate as an institution. So if you've selected that, then you will tell us, when are you going to provide evidence for this? Is it in quarter 1, 2, or 3? You can pick that, give us a budget allocation, and the responsibility, where does it lie? Is it with the focal person, the committee, or the head of the institution? You can pick another activity, maybe participate in formal or multi-agency teams, or participate in conferences like the ones we normally have, sectoral. Give us, just type it there. Tell us when you're going to do it. Are you going to do it in quarter 1, 2, or 3? So you will give us the details. You can see this time round, you're the one giving us the details. Last time we had given you activities for you to select. So you can use your own language. Maybe you can say initiate collaboration with a university. That will be another activity. So make sure you select 3 activities and get the budget allocation. And this should be in line with your STI strategy. Remember, you're in stream B, you've already developed the STI mainstreaming strategy. So you will indicate the activities that you have STI strategy. You may not pick the strategy as it is, but you might have a language that is speaking to the strategic issues, or rather the strategies that you have selected. So when we go to the next one, on technologies, the same, pick at least 3 activities. If you had said maybe one of the activities as per your STI strategy was develop IP policy, when do we expect to get the approved policy uploaded? You could say quarter 4. You don't have, now in this case, you can see we are not like looking at specific activities like we did last year. Maybe the other thing you can say here is maybe strengthening academia and industry linkage. Pick an activity. It may not be the words that I've put here. You can find your own wording. Maybe say by quarter 3, we need to have achieved that. Of course, have a budget to it and a responsibility. Then lastly, pick another activity. It could be maybe create awareness. Maybe that could be another activity. Sensitize staff on IP, right? That could also be another activity. Or you could say register IP or patents, etc. So before submission, you will be able to view the work plan. When you click on that, taking a bit of time, but there it is. Give it time. So this is your work plan. Of course, your institution's logo is what will appear here. This is a dummy. The name of your institution, whether you're in stream A or B, the head of the institution, focal person. So whatever you selected, if you had said in quarter 1, you're going to appoint focal person, it appears here. Quarter 2, you do this, quarter 3, and then for the tables, I said we tick all the 4 quarters as we go down. Then the second section of the work plan, you can see the activities that we indicated are appearing here and the quarters when we are supposed to provide the evidence. So after you look at this, you can print, you can download, share with your team or share with your accounting officer for approval. But then we do not need you to upload an approved STI. Whatever you've work plan, whatever you've given us here, we assume has been agreed upon by the entire committee or whoever is in charge of this. So after you do that, you will submit the work plan. Being a dummy, maybe I will just go straight to the next bit. After you look at this, you submit the work plan. Then the next bit is on submission of the report. So when you click on this, it will bring the activities that you had selected in quarter 1. Now we are submitting quarter 1 report. You had said you'll appoint focal person and champions. So we need you to upload the letter. So you can indicate as an achievement, the focal person and champions were appointed, then upload the evidence. In this case, is the letter of appointment. You had said you will fill in these tables. Of course, for the tables, you'll just indicate populated. You don't have to attach any evidence because the next step is filling in of those tables. So we save and continue. The next step on staff establishment, right? On this, we are asking you to give us data on the approved staff establishment, indicate the number of in-post staff. So whatever is here was pulled from what you gave us last year. Those who are in stream B, the assumption is you already reported in, for the new entrants, this will be blank, but for those who have been in this journey, you have already pulled the data this financial year. So your work would be to amend. If there is any change, you indicate based on this information that is required. And then adding designation. This is clear. If there is any change, there is an edit option. You can edit and amend. If there is any addition that you want to do, you will click, give the title, designation, numbers per establishment, and current in-post. So for this, you give us as per your instruments, HR instruments, the designation. To have CEO, we expect the CEO to be the first one here, and then we have the senior directors, etc. Director General, directors, deputy directors. So you don't have to give us the specific. So if in your establishment, the grading goes up to about 12, so we expect 12 rows. We've had cases where someone gives each officer details of each individual officer, but in this case, we are just interested based on the grading of your institution. So if you have directors, we have two in post, and so forth. You can also delete. There is an option for removing if you made a mistake, or if you would like to add, there's also an option to add. The next table is speaking to human resource, and we are looking at current numbers and qualifications of RSTI capacity in your institution, right? On the 5 specialties, broad specialties. In this case, we are looking at qualifications, gender, age, less than 50 or above 50. So it's simply the same table. What you just need to do is, if there is any change, click the edit button. If you want to remove, you can remove. If you want to add, it's provisioned for adding. And the data here should speak to what you gave us. We do the computation, we should be able to, this number here should be able to tally with what you've given us here as the in-post stuff. So make sure that you are doing it in a way that these two tables are speaking to each other. So the next table is on RSTI equipment. Provide all the current active research, technology, and innovation equipment. In this case, we are looking at something that is 0.5 million and over, right? So any additional equipment, those who had already filled in last year, your work is just to check the functions are still on, whether it's still working, edit if it's not, and add if there's any additional. So there's room to add. So in this case, you will have very little work to do, just to add or edit. And this will be received from our end. The other table is on RSTI expenditure. You're supposed to provide data, right? Your total annual recurrent budget, of course, in some institutions, they may have no change, but this is a table that you have to work closely with your finance to ensure that it's speaking to the current budget allocation, the total annual recurrent budget, the annual R&D budget, and of course, the actual Q1 expenditure, R&D. So you will indicate whether the source is A&A, there is a GOK grant. When you click on this, it gives you this drop down. So you can select whether it's a GOK fund, whether it's from the donors, appropriation in aid. Those who are with us from the beginning had the DG mention about the amount that we spend on R&D expenditure. So this table is what gives us that information that he was sharing with us. The next table is on programs, collaborative programs. List all RSTI programs being undertaken institution within the last 10 years. So you can populate this. If there is any change, you indicate. If there is any addition, there's room to add. So when you click on this, it gives you this pop-up that you can give details, your project title, who are the investigators, etc. RSTI outputs cumulatively and within the last 20 years indicate the type and number of research outputs, such as publications. Remember what we were sharing in our first presentation, some of the patterns, utility models, the numbers. In this case, we are just interested in the numbers. So when you add, you will tell us copyrights, how many, study field, is it in engineering, natural sciences, is it in humanities, then give remarks, if there are any. So this you'll also just populate. If there's any change, make the changes. If there's any addition, do the additions. Then lastly, we're looking at dissemination. Dissemination mode. Next week we have exhibition, the National International Trade Fair. That could be an exhibition. Details of the activity. You can give us the details of the activity. I think the theme of the event, promoting smart agriculture also. How many did you do? If there was one or two on exhibitions, you can provide that information. Then lastly, and very important, is the accounting officer has to do a forwarding letter. The ownership, when we talked about ownership, the data that you're giving us, the assumption is that it has been approved by the accounting officer and it's deemed to be validated and actual data. So you will upload the letter from the CEO And if there's any information you'd like us to know, you can indicate. You can review the reports before submission, right? You'll be able to see what you've keyed in, and this can be downloaded, even printed, and shared with whoever is going to approve or do the forwarding letter for them to be sure that whatever they are giving is speaking to the institution. So after you do that, you will confirm by ticking this box and submit, right? So when you click on this submit button, we will be able to receive your submissions. And from your end, you're also able to tell your submissions. There's this option here. You can click on this and be able, those who have been with us, you can be able to download your 2023 certificate. It's here. Your 2024-25 certificate is also here. All the feedback letters that we've given you, because after we assess your quarterly report, normally we give feedback. So the feedback letters are here. If it's green, that means you fully complied during that quarter. If there is orange, means there is something that you need to address. So that is how it is. You can be able to track your submissions from here. For record purposes, you can download, even print and file, but you can also access them on the portal. So need help, I mentioned. If you have any challenge, we are available to assist. So thank you very much. And maybe I would request if there's any burning question or when during the plenary, we'll still be available for any reactions based on this. Thank you very much. Rolex, back to you.
Thank you very much, participants, for staying up to this time. I think we are behind schedule. We had scheduled to have a break, a 15-minute break at 10:45. It's now 11:05. So in the interest of everyone, maybe we can take a 15-minute break so that we resume at 11:20 with our next presentation on the institutional STI strategy, and then immediately after that, the intellectual property policy. So kindly bear so that we have a health break of 15 minutes. We resume at 11:20. Thank you. Okay, participants, I think we've earned that health break and would wish to continue with 2 mid-morning presentations, and then we'll call it a wrap when we have the plenary. We have our next presentation, which will be presented by Margaret Mudhe. The presentation is on the development of our institutional STI strategies. Some of you might be developing, some of you might be reviewing. So the presentation will have, it will address all your concerns. So with that, I'd wish to invite Ms. Margaret Mudhe to take us through to the next presentation on development and implementation of institutional STI strategies. So Margaret, if you are set, you can share your screen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I thought I had shared.
Still not up. You can try again.
Okay, just a moment. Is it showing now? Rolex?
Not yet. We can't still see.
Okay. And now?
Yeah, we can see, but not the presentation. We can just see this meeting.
Okay. Because I have tried to share and it's showing me something.
Maybe you can just stop first, and then
Yeah.
if maybe if you have your slides, you can share them with Miani.
Okay, I think I'm about to get there.
Oh yeah, it's almost, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry for that. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Proceed.
So yeah, colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for attending the sensitization in a big number. And as Rolex has indicated, we want to go through the science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming strategy, which is developed by your institutions and also implemented. And for the financial year 2025-2026, we want to, of course, understand how to go about developing and also implementing for those who have developed a strategy which has been developed or it's due for review. So allow me to take you through this presentation shortly. So the sub indicators with regard to the STI mainstreaming strategy is that there's the stream A that is that encompasses the institutions that have not yet developed the STI mainstreaming strategy, and so therefore they will be required to develop it, and the score for this is 20%. And then with regard to implementation, it will be amounting to 80%. Then for stream B, that is applicable to institutions that have already developed and their mainstreaming strategy is also approved, is they will be required now to implement it and to report on. One of the areas to report is on the collaborations and partnerships in research, science, technology, and innovation that have been established so as to implement the STI strategic issues, which we are going to look at shortly. And these will be awarded 45% of the score. And then the other elements would be the technologies and innovations, or even just innovations that have been protected through acquiring the IP rights, or even a demonstration of how the institution has commercialized this or transferred. And these will be acquiring 55%. So all these are the key areas that you need to look out for as we proceed with the implementation of the STI mainstreaming indicator. So with regard to stream A, those that are developing the STI mainstreaming strategy, the template is already there, and we shall go through it briefly. And it is available on the website. You can see the website has been provided, and it is always advisable or required. The requirement would be that you develop it within Q1 and Q2. So, because then the subsequent quarters you would focus on implementing the strategic issues that you have identified, and that will be done now in Q3 and Q4. So the strategic issues that guide institutions have been identified by NACOSTI together with the, of course, relevant stakeholders in the sector. And these STI priority areas are also available on our website, but we shall also go through them shortly. With regard to the strategic issues, we have quite a number of these, and the advice that we give to institutions is that you do not have to choose all these issues. You can choose the ones which are relevant to your institution, and also given the timelines, the budgets that you have, and other capacities that you have. So you can choose 2, 3, depending on your capability, or 4 issues that you are going to focus on within a particular period when the STI mainstreaming strategy is running. So these ones are quite broad so that you can be able to find a specific area. We have found it that it is best to keep them broad for purposes of allowing institutions to choose whatever works for them best. So the first strategic issue is on STI education, the communication, talent development, and next generation workforce. There is also R&D strengthening, the priorities, financing, and infrastructure. There is STI inclusivity, diversity, advocacy, diplomacy, governance, legal framework, and policy reviews. Technology development is number 4, protection, diffusion, and commercialization. And then number 5 is strategic multi-agency multi-sectoral and international cooperation and partnerships in RSTI. We are aware that there are institutions that had earlier developed their STI mainstreaming strategies using the earlier template where we had given 8 strategic issues. This is still in order, and I think we shall be moving forward. We encourage perhaps even the ones that are developing now, you consider making them a bit specific to your areas so that they are. We have provided a broad way, but for you now, you need to be specific so that you will pick. Like if you're in number 2, you pick whether you want to focus on financing or infrastructure at any one time. If it is number 4, technology development, protection, diffusion, and commercialization. You may not do the 4 activities, but you can choose whether it is commercialization that you want to focus or it is protection, because all these, they consume a lot of time and money, and they also require perhaps also specialized human resource from your part. So choose the one that you would be able to implement without struggling so much. Of course, we want you to get to the last point of commercialization, but you can begin small and continue to grow. So those are the strategic issues. For the template, which we have shared on our website, I want to quickly go through it. It has 5 chapters. Beginning with the introduction, then the situational analysis, the STI mainstreaming strategic issues, the STI mainstreaming implementation framework, monitoring and evaluation. Briefly, with regard to these first 2 chapters, the introduction is basically how your institution is established, the legal framework that establishes your institution, what is the mandate that has been given to the institution through the legal framework, what is the type of institution, is it a research institution, is it a university, is it a regulatory agency, a TVET institution, and all that. And I think you would be able to find those ones in the instrument that establishes your institution, whether it is an act of parliament or whatever document that you have that gives information about how your institution is established. Then the situational analysis, just as the word suggests, the institution would be able, maybe from your existing strategic plan, you would be able to do a quick scan of your institution by looking at what are the relevant strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that are relevant to mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation. And these make them relevant so that because the strategy is talking about science, technology, and innovation, not just broadly about anything else that your institution is focusing on. So try to find like strengths. An example would be, does the institution have an innovation hub or infrastructure that is supports research? Does it have perhaps a dedicated budget line for supporting science, technology, and innovation? Some weaknesses that are relevant to this area would be perhaps funding for R&D is not adequate, or the human resource capacity is also not adequate, and such like things. Then opportunities that are relevant to science, technology, and innovation, there are so many, because when you look at some of the national development blueprints, like the Vision 2030, it clearly provides for quite a big focus on science, technology, and innovation, and also the MTP4, which is now, whose theme is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is big on science, technology, and innovation. The threats, we have quite a number, including some of the emerging technologies. They are actually, they provide a threat. They provide opportunities, but they could also be a threat when you think about issues of cybersecurity, for instance, misuse of technologies and all that. So try to keep your situational analysis to be relevant to what we are talking about in science, technology, and innovation. We also have the rationale under this area, which you are basically giving what is the importance of the STI strategy. And you would perhaps be guided by how you want to respond to the weaknesses and the threats. You want perhaps to focus on bringing in more workforce that would support the institution, perhaps influencing the budgetary allocation for R&D and all that. Then there's, after you provide the rationale, there's the STI strategic orientation. You can pick this one up from your vision, from your strategic plan, because it is just providing the vision of the institution, the mission, and the core values. These are, I'm sure, because your institutions have strategic plans, they must be having this strategic orientation, which is clearly articulated, and you can provide that. Then the objectives of the institutional STI strategy, you just state for us what is the main objective and what are the specific objectives. And because we have previously engaged on this, I think you can be able to craft some objectives that are relevant to your institution and also would help you to respond to the threats and the weaknesses that you have identified earlier there. So I think perhaps the last element that I want to mention here is the guiding principles of the institutional STI strategy, and we have also outlined these ones in the template, which will guide the effective implementation of STI policies and strategies. These ones are provided examples such as relevance to the country's Vision 2030 and the Constitution. There is also the element of cost effectiveness, the multidisciplinary nature of problem solving and research. So just pick four or so which are relevant to your institution. So moving on to the chapter 3 is the STI strategic issues. In this slide, the STI mainstreaming strategies, we have a table there, as you can see. On one, from the left, it is the strategic issues. Then in the middle, you have the objective. Then at the right hand is the strategies. So this is how you present the STI mainstreaming strategies in a tabulated form, because you want to be very clear on how you will, on what the issue, how the issue that you have picked, how you are going to implement it, and also how you are going to track the progress of achieving that strategy. So for instance, when you talk about STI education, communication, talent development, and next gen workforce, the objective would be, for instance, it is to enhance quality and capacity of human resource and talent management. And then the strategies that you would be applying would be working towards increasing personnel. Maybe you had 2 personnel, so you want to increase gradually to 3, 4, and or thereabout, then the issue of personnel would also be affected by training. So another strategy that you'd choose would be to perhaps provide capacity building of the personnel on emerging issues of RSTI, including communication, science, communication, and diplomacy, which is very important, especially when we talk about disseminating our research findings to the relevant population, because we are doing this to enhance the people's wellness. And so we want to go out there and communicate the findings of our research. Then, given that in many ways there is a gender disparity in STI programs. Perhaps you have very few females in R&D or in technology development. So you want to focus on something that would enhance or bring gender balance in the STI sector, in your STI programs. You also want to provide mechanisms to attract and retain human resource in STI. Particularly, I think now we want to attract youthful populations to bring in skills and talents in this area of STI. So with that, you can be able to adequately cover that particular strategic issue and also be able to track it moving forward. Then R&D strengthening priorities, financing and infrastructure. If you pick that as an issue, then the objective could be to enhance and strengthen STI infrastructure to support programs in priority areas and to develop mechanisms for sustainable financial resource mobilization and investment in STI. So in this case, the strategy would be that ways in which you are going to perhaps increase budget in R&D. So through allocating funds to acquire STI infrastructure. You also want to perhaps have more ways in which to mobilize resources, perhaps building more capacity or building networks and collaborations with the development partners and other actors that would finance your R&D activities and infrastructure. So those are the examples when you talk about strategic issues in those two areas. In the area of when you talk about the strategic issue of STI inclusivity, diversity, governance, and legal frameworks, you want to enhance STI advocacy, awareness, and inclusivity in our STI programs. And for us, of course, this sensitization serves as one way of creating awareness on STI in the public sector, especially. Then the strategy would be, for instance, is to create opportunities or forums, platforms where you bring in different stakeholders, different audiences to conferences where they present their research findings or share issues about STI. You also want to undertake programs that enhance gender parity and inclusivity. An example would be mentorship, particularly of perhaps young female scientists, so as to enhance gender parity, or even to have some dedicated funding for female researchers where they can compete amongst themselves, and also perhaps to have dedicated funding to support this particular issue of creating awareness, diversity, advocacy, and also legal frameworks and policy reviews. So if we pick that issue, then I believe you have a wide range of areas to choose for your institution. Then the fourth one, technology development, protection, diffusion, and commercialization. The strategic issue is that. So the objective would be to promote technology development and protection. And in this case, the strategies are quite many. We have provided a menu of this. So you perhaps you want to develop and implement an institutional IP policy, and NACOSTI has a model institutional IP policy whereby you can request for that support. Also, creating awareness on the importance of IP rights. This is very important even within our institutions, so that the employees would know that they have a role to play in protecting intellectual property rights, intellectual assets within the institution. Perhaps the research findings that they may not be thinking are so relevant, they need that kind of protection. Of course, the now going to the beyond just awareness creation and having the policy is now making applications for patents and other IP assets to the relevant authority, that is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI, and the procedure. I think it would be important to get acquainted with the procedure of doing those applications. Then there is also the issue of having strong linkages with the industry, because there is a lot of financing that is needed and other capacity that need. So building capacity with the industry is very important, so that we can be able to have a support and also to develop industry or spin-offs from the institutions where we are. Then establishing the offices that support our researchers, particularly the technology transfer and IP management offices within our institutions, so that they can be able to support researchers to to protect their work and also to commercialize them. Again, promoting startups, technology parks, the medium and small enterprises, and also smart technologies. All these are strategies that you can find relevant to your institution and choose from them. Finally, when we talk about the strategic issue on strategic multi-agency cooperation and partnerships in RSTI, the objective would be to establish and strengthen strategic RSTI collaborations and partnerships at national, regional, and international levels. These, as I've said, they are very relevant because in the period that we are in, we are perhaps focusing more on multidisciplinary research and having multidisciplinary teams, because research and other interventions from research are now looking at dealing with issues more broadly rather than from a single point of view. So if you are focusing on biological issues, you also want to bring in the social dimensions, you want to bring in the industrial dimensions and all that. So establishing multidisciplinary and multi-institutional teams is one of the strategies. Participating in international conferences and workshops, and also the ones at the national and county levels, they are also very important. And also having a dedicated funding or support, so that you can to support our teams and our researchers to participate in these fora platforms where they can present and also form multidisciplinary teams. With regard to the implementation framework, should follow a similar pattern, because it is the one that being that helps us to track how we are doing. Are we indeed implementing the strategic issue as it is, and are we applying the strategies that we had chosen, and are we making any headway? So the strategy, the implementation framework just is sort of a tracking tool to show that we are indeed achieving the results, and we are able to show even the cost. So it has those 6 columns where you list the strategic issue, the strategies, the results that you expected, the performance indicator, the means of verification, and the estimated cost. It is important to have this table this way because you are perhaps going to management that is going to make decision on allocating the funding for implementing the STI mainstreaming strategy. So it is good to be very clear on what you want to implement and what you want to achieve and how it will be verified that indeed you have been able to implement this and achieved the result. So just note that we would want to have this in this format, and also the reporting now would be, even for you, would be easy. And it is important that when you are related to the reporting tool is having the, for instance, the human resource records, which give you a picture of what has happened, and also the budgets, so that you're able to give us data that is, it may not be very accurate, but at least close to being accurate. So the implementation framework just helps you to track and also to know that indeed you are making progress, or you are not making any progress in implementing the institutional STI strategy, and also the funding that has been allocated towards implementing the strategy. Finally, in the last column, in the last chapter or slide is the monitoring and evaluation, which we have indicated there that it is important to have an internal mechanism for monitoring and evaluation, which helps your team to track your progress. So have, and in this case, we have the quarterly and the annual mechanisms, M&E mechanisms to be that you can apply and have a tool, even the implementation plan that I have just shown. It can give you some indicator on how to develop this tool and how to undertake your internal M&E, and also help you at the end of the quarter and at the end of the year to report to NACOSTI on how you are implementing the STI strategy. Finally, is the review of the strategy. I believe you have many strategies in your institution, and there is a way in which the institution has come up with a procedure for reviewing them. So we encourage institutions to follow a similar a similar procedure, so that it is not way off. But I think you'll agree that the review should happen at least 3 to 5 years would be good, because the area of technology and innovation is changing so quickly. So it is important to also keep up with these developments and with these changes, because you want to align yourself, your institution, with these developments at the national, at the local level, and also the global level. So at least indicate within your strategy what is the period that you want to take before you review your strategy. once you have started implementing, because you cannot review what you have not been implementing. I think I want to leave it at that, and then perhaps we can have a discussion on this and see where you need clarifications and also more support. Nakosti is always ready to give technical support and any other kind of support when called upon. Thank you very much for listening. Rolex, back to you.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you very much for that presentation. So I believe, especially the new entrants, your expectations have been met with regard to what you are required to do when it comes to developing an STI strategy. So I can see from the charts, the questions are still on. Just type your questions so that by the end of the session, you should be able to address your issue. I've seen somebody asking about, for clarity on an IP policy. That is the next session. So I believe by the end of that session, your question will be addressed. So thank you, Margaret, for that presentation on development and implementation of the STI strategy. So our last presentation today is on intellectual property management, and will be led by my colleague, Mr. Godfrey Calera, on matters IP. So, Mr. Calera, if you are set, I think you may proceed. Thank you. So for those with questions, kindly use the Q&A so that we save time for the plenary. So Mr. Calero, if you are set, proceed and welcome.
Only confirm if it can be seen.
You are breaking, Mr. Calero. I can't get you clearly. Sorry, I think Mr. Calero has dropped, but in the interest of time, probably we can have a Q&A session as he logs in. We can have a plenary. Anyone to raise his hand if he had not typed, so that we can answer you. Since we're also behind schedule, we had intended to finish by midday, but we still have that last presentation, which I think it will be short. So anyone who has not typed can use the Q&A. You can raise your hand so that we address your concern if you had not shared it on Q&A. Joseph, I think it's Joseph, I think I've enabled you. You can ask one question as Mr. Kalero prepares to share his presentation. Joseph Njoroge. You can unmute yourself. Mr. Njoroge, or you raised your hand accidentally. I think we'll allow Mr. Kalero to proceed. 3 participants have raised their hand, but let's allow the last presentation and then we'll have a plenary. Mr. Kalero, if you are set, you can proceed.
Yes, I'm still trying to share. You can hear me, right?
Yes,
Rolex, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I'm trying to share, but let me just try it again. I think I'll send it to. I send it to yourself or Amiani.
You can send it to Amiani.
Rolex.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Kalero.
Okay.
You can share the presentation with
to-
Mr. Amiani to project on your behalf.
Okay.
We can now see the screen.
Or you can see it.
Yes.
Good. Not seeing it. But let me see. Is the presentation on or not on?
The presentation is on. I don't know whether it's Amiani sharing yours or you shared with him.
Not yet.
But
Actually,
we
now
can,
I've sent it.
we can now see the presentation.
Okay, let him again share so that maybe I present following his sharing, right?
Okay.
I've sent it to him. Yeah. So that he stops this, then he shares what I've sent.
You can stop on your end.
Yes, I've stopped.
Yeah. Let him share. Maybe.
You can confirm if he has received.
Yes, let me share. Give me a minute.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can see.
So I can progress, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so good afternoon all. Thank you for attending this meeting. I'll go straight to the presentation. Let's move to the next page. Or the next slide. Then the next one. So basically, mine is to point out that aspects of intellectual property rights have been covered by various treaties, conventions, and protocols. But more importantly, we also have it in our Constitution of Kenya 2010. We have specific acts, the Industrial Property Act. I know Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI has been mentioned. They deal with the trademarks and the patents and industrial designs. We have the Copyright Act. We have Kenya Copyright Board. And then, of course, we have the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act 2013, which is Cap 11. It also provides the guidelines on institutional intellectual property policy. Going forward, the other act is about traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, 2016. Then for plants, we talk about the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, which established KEFIS. Next. So basically, as a matter of definition, I'm starting from the basics because I know part of the team, maybe they are joining this for the first time. When we talk about intellectual property, it's just about creations of. I believe this appear in each and every institution because we may talk about copyright, there are symbols, and all these are used in the course of our business. But ideally, when we talk about the policy and regulatory framework, we need a balance so that the policy does not stop people from being creative, but it promotes, but also the society benefits. Therefore, when we talk about an intellectual property system, we are talking about a balance between innovators' interest and public interest. Next. So briefly, let me define the types of different intellectual property. I know some of the members may have heard this, but the most common or the most valued in quotes is the patent. And when we talk about patents, we are talking about exclusive right granted for an invention. And when we talk about an invention, it means that it is not just new in this country, but it is new in the world. And for us, and for you to obtain a patent, it means that your initiative or your invention must satisfy those three conditions. Inventive step simply means that if we get people in your field, if it is engineering or chemistry, then they will see that whatever you have come up with is beyond what is known in that field. That's what we call inventive step. And then industrial applicability is what is the use of whichever invention that you have come up with. I think it's important to mention that when we talk about patents, it's just for 20 years because the assumption is within 20 years, after you have been granted, then you have recouped your investment, and therefore it should be made available for others to use free of charge. The next should have some examples of inventions. I know all of us or all our offices have some paper clips, and that paper clip in 1897 was a very serious invention, and somebody patented it. But of course, right now, you don't have to look for the fellow to manufacture your paper clips. And you remember I mentioned that when it is a patent, it's just for 20 years. So nowadays, it comes in all different types of colors. Of course, the other famous patent was the one of the light bulb, and that is in 1880. And just to as food for thought, how many patents do you have in your smartphone? If you try to search on the net, you will find that you have hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of patents. And what happens is that for you to come up with a product which is very useful, you may not need all the patents, but you will see how to cross license or compensate the other owners of those patents. So that's one type of intellectual property patents. The next is the trademarks. I know I saw a comment and it was mentioned that there's an organization which may not have anything to do with the innovations. You remember we are talking about intellectual property being aspects of creativity and innovation. I believe the organization at least has a logo. And the moment you have a logo, you have a slogan, you have some publications, all those would actually be matters of intellectual property. The next slide just shows examples of trademarks. I know when you see the KTN one, when you see the Safaricom one, they don't have to write there that this is a mobile telephone provider. Or when you see the one of Shell, they don't have to say that they are dealing in oil products. Now, what happens is that trademarks, which are basically symbols, names, images, or sounds, they just identify you in the marketplace. And here I've just given some of the examples, but I believe all our institutions have at least a logo and they have some slogan. Next. The other one is the copyright. This is about books, music, paintings, films, and computer programs. For some reason in this country, computer software is protected under copyright. Of course, when you go to developed world, it may be possible to protect your computer software under patent, but the challenge may be to do with the drafting, because for you to get a patent, you must be able to draft such that the technical effect comes out from the reviewers. And of course, we have maps, we have technical drawings, all these will be under copyrights. Next. The next one is industrial designs, and the most popular industrial design is the one of the Coca-Cola bottle. And that shape has changed over time. But when we talk about industrial design, which is a type of IP, it's more to do with the aesthetics. I know some of us have bought phones because of the shape. Not after all phones will function, but some people would prefer a particular shape over the other. So, and that shape is actually protectable. Next. The next type of intellectual property, which is not said, but it is seen in this country, is the aspect of industrial indications. What this means is that you can be able to sell a product at a higher price compared to other products for the simple reason of where the product comes from. The next slide indicates some of the products which are in the market, and they are sold because of where they come from. Of course, we are not sure whether Kericho gold is still from Kericho, but everybody in this audience, I believe, agrees that at least when you go to Kericho, you will see tea. Therefore, by just indicating that it is from Kericho, you can be able to sell it at a higher price than the other tea from other areas. Of course, when it comes to honey, the honey from Makueni or Baringo will attract a premium. And when it comes to rice, we know Mwea, of course, there is Ahero. The Keringate water continues to retail at a higher price more than the other brands of water, for the simple reason that there's a belief that the Keringate water, I believe it is true, it comes from some mountains, and people believe that it has some minerals. Therefore, when we talk about geographical indication as a type of IP, it means that you can be able to price your product at a higher price. And that's why groups will come up to protect whatever that they are marketing so that it is not blended. Next. The next one is trade secrets. When we talk about trade secrets, is that you may be able to protect your product, but you don't disclose what is in it. Because if a drink soft drink like Coca-Cola. I'm using that example again. If they would have divulged or patented their formula, then after 20 years, all of us will be making that Coca-Cola. But they decided to make it as a trade secret so that they have a limited number of people who know what exactly the exact composition of Coca-Cola is. But for you to call it a trade secret, it means that it must have some value commercially, but then you should also be able to take steps so that when you have staff, maybe, or the people participating in your business, they sign some non-disclosure forms so that you have taken steps towards protecting. And the moment they sign that, if they are to divulge, then you can even get recourse from the court of law. Next. Next, yeah. So one of the questions is that why do we need an institutional IP policy? And for those organizations which are to develop this policy, this is an important question. Do you want to promote research, science, and technology development? Or do you want to move your products from the lab to the market? Or are you looking at research as an investment? Because you are spending money. And whatever product you come up with, you want to get some return on it. Some private sector organizations, or actually all private sector organizations, will not negotiate with you to produce a product if they are not sure about how you will protect that intellectual property. Because when you are developing products, it is an investment. So the policy would actually help you. It will facilitate negotiations and collaborations so that when you come up with a viable product, then at least the investor from the private sector is sure that they'll be able to recoup their investment and make profit. And also when you have an IP policy, you also minimize the conflicts because as part of the policy, you will have mechanisms of protecting and the real creators of the product or service will have been declared. And then you don't need a situation where when you come up with a new product, your staff takes off to another agency because they want to commercialize it or they resign. Because the policy will be able to provide a mechanism of sharing. Next. So how do you go about developing this policy? Just move. The first one would be for you to agree as an institution that you want to develop this policy. That is the agenda setting. After that, you have to formulate. How do you formulate? You need to involve all the stakeholders. We are talking about internal and external stakeholders. Remember, you may be having some projects which are ongoing. How are you going to provide for them within the policy? Or you already have staff on board who are already working on some promising projects. So when you are formulating, you need proper stakeholder engagement and you need to get the best practices and ensure that you are in line with the law, at least the law of Kenya and the constitution. And then adoption is simple because that is taking it to your management and the board must approve. For most parastatals, once the board approves, it becomes an institutional policy. Of course, you will implement, but ensure that as you implement, you have aspects of evaluation and review. And as it was mentioned with the STI strategy, as an institution, you should be having a standard. Do you normally review your internal policies after 3 years or 5 years? So it should follow the same. Next. So that's what I've mentioned. You need, it has to be participatory. You will have to validate and then disseminate so that when you have a policy, you don't just keep it. So I'll quickly highlight some of the policy issues on the next, throughout the next slides, so that as you think about developing policies, institutional IP policy, you look at some of the issues that are critical and they have to be included in your policy. Next. So the first one is more to do with the introduction. Of course, your mandate, vision, mission, core values, functions. This one will be picked from your instruments if you have an act and if you have a strategic plan. So you don't need to change. But now from Article 2, you have to be very clear. What is your policy statement? For example, you may want to indicate that all the IP emanating from your activities has to be used for the benefit of the organization. And when you talk about the organization, of course, you're having the board, the staff, and the owners, the treasury, and everybody else. And then you should be able to have a very clear statement on the scope, so that when you talk about the scope of your policy, it has to be all types of IP. There's none which we can say that is more valuable than others. So it is all types of IP, and to what extent does this policy cover? Like if you have visiting researchers, or you have students coming on attachment, or you have, like, staff is important, or you have collaborative agreements. And then your objectives for the policy should also be very clear. What is it that you want to achieve with this policy? Next, the most important article maybe is this one of administration and implementation. Are you going to have an officer who will be in charge of matters, intellectual property, or are you going to establish an office within your organogram? Now, depending to what extent, if you are a university, it is better you have an intellectual property management office, but supported by a committee. And then depending on how big the organization is, you must define in the policy what will be the functions of this intellectual property committee. And then Article 4 is where now the rubber meets the road, because what happens when IP is created by staff members? Of course, the default is that it will belong to the organization, but then you have to check under what circumstances. If I'm employed as an IT person, and then I've composed a song at home, right? It may have nothing to do with IP. But if I'm an ICT person and I've come up with an app which is making the work of my organization easier, and the app was funded by the organization, then it becomes a different matter. So as part of the policy issues, you should be able to indicate when the IP is owned by staff members, is owned by affiliates. How do you handle the IP which is under collaborative research? And assume you are teaching. Can a lecturer or a tutor carry that material which has been developed by your institution and use the same material to teach in another university or another college? And then how do you go about recognizing the contributors? And as you look at Article 4, you will notice that I've talked about ownership and rights of use. And in IP, the fact that you own it may not necessarily mean that you have the right of use. When you have a meeting and somebody takes a photograph, the question would be, who owns that photograph? It may be the person who is taking the photograph, right? But then what happens if that photograph finds itself in the wrong forum, or you find your photograph when you are attending a meeting at your workplace is on the calendar without maybe your consent, or you are not informed in advance, then it becomes a legal matter. Therefore, we have to be careful when it comes to intellectual property, because nowadays we have Data Protection Act. And even if we are undertaking research, are you taking photos for what purpose? Have those subjects given you consent? Next. Then, if you have a committee or you have the intellectual property management office, it has to be very clear on what is their role. And the moment you have some intellectual property, you have to make a decision. These are policy issues. Are you going to give another institution to develop your product and sell? Or are you also going to develop the same product and then you also give a license to another institution? Or are you just going to sell whatever technology you have, whatever creation you have, and you forget about it? Or are you going to have a commercialization entity on the side? Or are you going to get a private sector or somebody else to come in so that you have joint venture? So as you develop your policy, you have to think about commercialization, so that when you have a product The policy is very clear on that. You don't start thinking about the commercialization route when you already have a policy. Next. Publications, I know some of us are from academic institutions. So as part of the policy, you have the right to publish. But are you going to publish before the IP is protected? That is the best practice. You first of all check whether there's an IP, because the moment you publish, it is in public domain. And if there was an intellectual property which is valuable, you are likely to lose. So the policy will provide for the right to publish, but then it may give some allowance, whether it is 30 days or 60 days, for those dealing with IP, just to check whether there's anything protectable, so that as an institution, you don't lose. And where you have research contracts and agreements, you have to agree that each of those contracts will have an article or will have the element of intellectual property, and you should be able to provide so that you don't get into a disagreement during the course of undertaking your activities under the contracts. But all contracts should be signed by the head of institution or delegated authority, but it must have elements of intellectual property protection. Next. Now, sharing, assume that you have already commercialized some product. What happens? The policy should provide parastatal X got a product, it has been commercialized, it is bringing in 100 million every year. How do you share that? The policy should be able to have a formula to assist the management in the sharing of these royalties. And then from Article 10 up to maybe the end, these are the standard clauses. We are talking about the conflict of interest, the conflict of commitment. Conflict of interest is obvious. You don't bring your company to come and work with the organization, right? In fact, it is a criminal to some extent. Conflict of commitment is where instead of a project coming to an institution, you negotiate with the donor or with your partners, and then you tell them, let's take it to another institution, because in my institution, getting money getting into the account is easier, but getting it out is a problem. That's a conflict of commitment. Therefore, we should be able to be committed to our institution. And then as any other policy, it must have dispute resolution, so that if you have any dispute, you first of all send it to the committee, and then institutions are encouraged to have this mediation process. And then it ends up with the CEO or the DG. And if it is to be escalated, then now it will be outside the institution. Somebody can go to the courts, but you don't put that in the policy. Next. Now, there's also the aspects of traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, and genetic resources. These ones may not apply to all the institutions, but where they apply, if you are dealing with biodiversity, maybe you have some plants. If you have a garden within your institution, the question will be, who owns those plants in that garden? And assume that one of the plants has some roots which are what stops the county government from claiming for a share. And then, of course, as any other good policy, you must provide for review and amendment, so that if there are changes in the environment, then you will be able to change. And I believe that should be the end. Yeah. So for it to be effective, think long term, think beyond yourself, and involve stakeholders. Interplay between culture, policies, and strategy. Of course, it has been said that you may have a very good strategy, but it can be eaten by culture if the culture is not right. So that as you develop this policy, you think beyond your time at that institution, so that it is for posterity. And of course, that was just an example of a student who was stopped from graduating But that's way back in 2011. This student had 2010. This student had tried to plagiarize another student's work. So at the end of it all, it is possible that when you violate intellectual property, you are likely to end up in court. Next. So thank you very much. And as the guru of management said, the productivity of work is not the responsibility of the worker, but of the manager. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalerwa. Even as you wind up, I think we want to have a plenary session, and I'm just seeing one question. Maybe you can address it, that do we need to patent institutional maps? There is another one on whether we have a standard template for IP policy. Maybe you can take the two as we
yes.
start the session.
Yes, yeah. I think I can address the one of maps. Map is not about patenting, it's about copyright. And we have Kenya Copyright Board. Maybe the officer can consult with the Kenya Copyright Board. Incidentally, in this country, matters copyright. If it was a song, it's not mandatory that you go and protect. The moment you sing and you can be able to prove, then it becomes yours. But my advice is that the officer can consult with the Kenya Copyright Board, and then they'll be able to advise, because maps fall under copyright. The second question about the institutional IP policy, yes, we have guidelines and a template which the institutions can be able to use and customize to their needs. But of course, as it was mentioned earlier, they can always consult so that we get it right, because there's no way two institutions will have the same or a similar IP policy. It has to be aligned to your mandate. Thank you, Rolex.
Thank you. Just a last one. I think it's about sharing of the slides. The slides will be shared, Dr. Ayesi. They'll be shared, so you'll have all the presentations which have been presented for this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalera, for that presentation. I think I'll now open up the forum. We are 30 minutes behind schedule. So if you had not posted your question and have not received an answer, I think this is your forum. We can take about 5 questions, then we wind up the session. You may raise your hand so that we allow you to ask your question. Bayaki, Anthony Bayaki.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Rolex. This is Bayaki, Moi University, the Technology Transfer Officer. I just found the last question very interesting on the maps. That would be interesting. Why should somebody seek to protect a map, yet a map would be like a land showing the land of the institution, which is actually already protected at the lands office, showing, because that would just show the area. But on the other hand, I feel what would be the intrinsic part of copywriting? Probably maps contain certain beauty details. Maybe this is where the plants are, the flowers, or something like that. Or unless it's the plan, there's also the plan of the institution. So there, probably what will be protected will be the atlas. I remember like the atlas books used in high schools. So probably it protected under that. But of course, the question would be, why do you protect the map for institution? What is the economic value? Probably that is just for what we call the moral value of it, moral rights. Yeah, but it's an interesting thing. I just wanted to say it's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those insights. Peter Sobora. Engineer, I think you can proceed. We can enable you to talk,
Hello.
Peter. Hello.
I am Gilo Zita.
Okay.
I was asking about this intellectual property right policy. We are under stream B, where it is established collaboration and partnership in research, science, technology and innovation, and transfer technologies and innovation. Those are the sub-indicators that we'll be working on this financial year. But my issue is, where does this intellectual property right policy fall? Is it a must that we do it?
It is not a must, and as per the presentation earlier by my colleague, it is you who are now inputting activities which you will undertake in your work plan. It is not mandatory.
It is not mandatory.
Yes, it is not mandatory. Maybe
Okay.
Mr. Calero, do you have something to add?
So there is no...
Yes, I just wanted to add that it may not be mandatory, but if you are going to deal with the technology transfer,
okay,
and there are people generating those technologies, then how do you manage them within the institution? Because if something is not protected, then you may even be giving it free, or somebody else can decide to duplicate what you are doing, and you'll have no recourse. So along the way, you may run into some challenges, because for you to be effective in matters technology transfer, you actually need a policy, or ensure that you work closely with the KIPI and the IP managers, so that those clauses are part of the contract or the agreements that you get in. So it will be best practice for you to ensure that from the institutional point of view, because even within the institution, you have staff who have participated in the technologies that you are transferring. How are you safeguarding their interests and the interests of the organization? Therefore, it becomes a bit tricky, but it will be best practice to have it, as much as it may not appear mandatory. Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, we encourage you to even have a research policy and IP policy, because in the course of your activities, they will be required. And remember, in the absence, if you have an innovation and you don't have a policy, that innovations will belong to the organization. But if you have a policy which is clearly defined in terms of incentives, what should go to you as the innovator and what goes to the institution. So I'm seeing another hand raised by Ruth. Ruth. Ruth, you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Ruth, your hand is up. I think I can give this opportunity to Agatha. Agatha Makari. Agatha Makari.
Yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Yes.
Your hand is raised.
I'm Ngao Malik from Navajo TVC. My target had a problem and I missed some critical parts. I don't know if you may share the slides so that I can catch up, because of the challenges I encountered until I used the Akadas gadget.
Yeah, we have also recorded it, so we can be able to share the link as well together with the slides. I think they'll be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ayesi?
Okay, I've just posted my question, but first of all, I would like to thank the Nakosti for this very informative training session. Sensitization is very good, and you have actually simplified the work for most of us. We are very happy about it. Now, you normally hold capacity building workshops, very important, but always they're in Naivasha. Is there a way they could be decentralized so that we have them like Western Kenya or Nairobi or Coast, so that people who cannot make it in Naivasha can be able to attend if they're held in the region? Thank you.
We've taken note of your concern. We'll discuss it with the DG to see whether we can have regional forums. I think we can take one last one from Miriti. Miriti, you can unmute. Miriti, you can proceed with unmuting and asking your question, because we want to wind up within the next 4 minutes. If Miriti is not around, we can take Martin.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much again for this wonderful session. Now, my question is about an institution that has gone to stream B, whether such an institution can get back to stream A, should the institution find that maybe the strategy that they were implementing in the stream B is no longer relevant, or may not be continued, to revert and then start again from developing a strategy.
Review.
It may not necessarily be reviewing the previous one, doing an overhaul of a new one altogether.
If you are
can I come in?
Yeah, Amiani, you can take up.
Yeah, thank you, Martin, for that concern. And we had also envisioned that we have such cases. So if then you feel you need to do overhaul, you do a communication to us, provided email addresses that are there on the website, pc@nakosti.go.ke and dg@nakosti.go.ke with your request, so that we can activate you to stream A. So it has to be on request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think with that, the rest, I think you can post your questions. We'll still allow some 15 minutes so that we have time to answer all the questions which are unanswered. But in case you have any challenges, kindly reach out to us. You can do an email to dg@nakosti.go.ke. I think my colleague can type the email addresses. You can also write to pc@nakosti.go.ke so that we can address your query. For this, we also open, you can come physically. There are people who are within Nairobi and they have had queries. If you can also come, we can still address your queries. But for those who cannot really make, because some requests for the sensitization, we are open to that for institutions as a committee. You
It's
can
maybe
request.
just one quick one.
Yes, Mr. Kolero, you can go on.
Yeah, there's a question to the panelists from Gideon Wandabwa, and I think maybe for the benefit of all of us. Should publicly funded research automatically enter the public domain? Or should universities and research institutions be allowed to patent and commercialize the outcomes? There's actually a gap in our legislation. When you go to US, they actually have a specific act as regards publicly funded research. Therefore, through the institutional policy, I think the institution should be able to see how best to manage it. Because if you have used public money, you don't want whatever product you have come up with to be fully commercialized. How do you get it subsidized or something like that for the benefit? And then the second question is about patenting life forms. As I indicated during the presentation, you only patent inventions. You may not patent indigenous knowledge. Those ones require its own way of protection, especially the one held by communities. But discussions are still at international level. How do we deal with indigenous knowledge? But for now, what happens is that if you get knowledge from people, and that's why I mentioned about Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act, the issue is you should be able to have some mutually agreed terms as you access that knowledge, so that in case it gets commercialized, then there's some benefit back to the society. Thank you very much, Rolex.
Thank you. I think, Wandabwa, your concerns have been addressed. At this particular point, I think any burning one we had not addressed, so that you respond to it live, or I think I'll allow Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add to what Kalero has said, because as you understand, that's my area.
Yes.
Public innovations. Why should public institutions actually protect their innovations? It is basically you are the custodian of that wealth, because it's a property, on behalf of the taxpayer, because you're handling a specific area or a certain area in the economy on behalf of the Kenyan public. If you don't protect it and let it go out there, a non-Kenyan taxpayer, Ugandan, American, whatever, will take advantage of that product of research, something that the Kenyan public paid for somebody to stay in the lab, put his intellect in it, and generate an idea that would produce millions or billions. And if it goes in the public domain, somebody, an American whose systems are better, will reproduce and sell back to Kenya, yet it's a Kenyan taxpayer's property. So the protection safeguards our citizens. If you commercialize, you are as an institution, and the money comes in institution, it's a relief to the taxpayer of the Kenyan taxpayer. That is the underlying principle on why institutions need to protect their intellectual property. On the issue of life forms, yes, there are certain life forms that are protectable. For example, even if it's a discovery, it depends. The principle behind this, was there an intellectual input in that discovery? For example, microorganism, to discover microorganism that gives a certain enzyme, that's a discovery. But in essence, when it was subjected to intellectual property courts, they actually agreed that that should be protectable. So it's because it takes intellect to isolate a certain useful microorganism from the billions of microorganisms that exist. It takes intellect to isolate a gene and what it can do. So that's why in certain countries now genes are protectable. Like the coronavirus is protectable. It's a protein, but it's protectable. Ideally, the old intellectual property laws, it is a discovery. Then but you see, if it's plants, that's why they created the Plant Varieties Act. When you breed, you're actually just discovering a gene or a certain way in which a certain plant variety that produces better or can survive in a dry place or certain conditions. So those rules had to be modified because it takes intellect. The basic line here is intellectual input. For TK, I think Kalero has handled well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbayaki, for your expert. I think, Kalero, there is one last one, and then we close from Dennis. who is asking, all IP requirements must be submitted to KIPI, and do KIPI/NACOSTI help institutions in identifying what needs to be protected?
Yes, I think that's a good question. You remember I mentioned there are different types of IP, intellectual property. The ones which go to KIPI, we are talking about patents, trademarks, and the industrial designs. If you are dealing with the copyright, we talked about Kenya Copyright Board. If you want some sort of protection for plants, then there's the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, which deals with the plant varieties, and they also have their own tests. They'll test whether it is distinct, uniform, and is stable. Therefore, what happens is that KIPI officers are actually available to advise even before you apply. And I can assure you that KIPI participates in most public forums. Most likely they'll be at they actually attend shows, almost every show in this country, every major show. I believe they'll be at Nairobi. If you are in Nairobi, you can always visit their stand or call them just to get that advice. But what is important is that you first of all seek protection through that advice before you display so that you don't lose. As regards the cost of applying for a patent, it may not be that high because the initial fees are actually very low. But I think what is important is for you to get something and confirm whether it is protectable. And once it is protectable, then you ask yourself, which type of IP do you need? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that wraps up our sensitization. Just to answer, I think I'm seeing Professor To asking that we need to do more sensitizations together with the KIPI. And that's why we had that session by Mr. Kalerwa. And there are also IP experts like Bayaki, who is from a university. So I think we'll endeavor to have more sensitization on IP. I think you've targeted universities and research institutions, but they cut across even in sagas. Quite a number of sagas are now coming up with innovations and other forms of intellectual property. So we'll endeavor to do more, Professor To. So with that, I think we come to the end of this sensitization. In case your question was not answered, we'll allow some few minutes before we end the seminar. I think I'll ask my colleague David to close for us with a word of prayer. We'll still have another sensitization in Q2. This was important because we need to develop our work plans and know what the indicator is all about for this financial year. Otherwise, thank you very much for keeping it up to this time. Apologies, we were not able to stick to our program, but David can close off for us with a word of prayer. Thank you.
Okay, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we once again are grateful for having been with us since we started the session. Lord Almighty, we ask that you give us wisdom and knowledge to implement the STI mainstreaming indicator for this financial year. At the end of it, honor and glory shall be back up. In Jesus' name, we pray.
Amen. Thank you very much
Amen.
for keeping it up to this very point. In case we have not answered your question, you can still reach out to us via dj@nacosti.go.ke or pc@nacosti.go.ke. Thank you.